Good. Stevens is walking on.
We are back on the record. All parties are present, defendant is present. And are there any matters we need to address prior to addressing the ones we just discussed? Anything else? Or maybe we proceed with the plan?
Your Honor, thank you. Nothing for the people preliminarily. We do, of course, have to take care of the witness matter, but it's the defense case. I'll defer to Mr. Austin.
All right, Mr. Austin, you're next witness.
That is correct, Your Honor. Your Honor, the people, or I'm sorry, we were intending to call Omni Nguyen, who is available for us today via video. We had secured counsel for her, my understanding, after speaking with her counsel, Mr. Rothstein, that she wishes to invoke her Fifth Amendment privilege. Given that, Your Honor, I think we would need to place that on the record outside the presence of the jury.
I agree, I think people agree as well, so if you would just call her and I'll swear her and we'll see what she wants to do.
Yes, I will.
Your Honor, we would call on behalf of Mr. James Omni Nguyen, who should be present via video.
Coming in here in a moment, I left her in the breakout room just in case.
And Mr. Rothstein, your appearance, please.
Jeffrey Rossman appearing on behalf of witness Omni Nguyen.
And you had no time to talk to her this morning.
I have, Your Honor.
Thank you very much for being here and doing that.
Go.
All right, Ms. Nguyen, please raise your right hand. We're gonna, can you unmute yourself?
She can.
Can you unmute?
I'm also hitting the S on you, so. It's on her.
Just in case it has, I'm muted. So let me just make sure that has nothing to do with it.
It shouldn't.
Oh, yeah.
It's good.
Okay, ma'am, I need you to hit the unmute button. Should be in the left-hand corner of your Zoom screen. There should be a volume. If we show that you have not hit it yet. Can you send her a message?
I can, I'm hitting the ask to unmute button.
That's all right.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Okay.
Very good. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide with the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth and the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
You may put your hand down. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Omni, OMNI, Nguyen, WYNNE.
Have you taken any medication yesterday or today?
No,
Are you supposed to be on medication you're not on?
no,
Any sign of fever, COVID, or other illness?
no,
And you had no time this morning to speak with your attorney?
yes,
All right, and you understand that you were called by defense to testify in this trial?
yes.
And are you planning to testify or not testify?
Not testify. I'm using my Fifth Amendment.
Did anyone force, threaten, or coerce you to make this decision?
No,
Did anyone promise you anything that caused you to make this decision?
no. I was just advised by my attorney.
Okay, and so you made this decision of your own free will?
Yes,
And you did that after you spoke with your attorney?
Yes,
And no one has intimidated you, is that correct?
that's correct.
All right, Mr. Rothstein, any further questions?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with this record?
Yes, Your Honor.
On behalf of the people, satisfied?
Your Honor, the people are satisfied with the record that the witness has invoked her Fifth Amendment right, privilege not to testify, her privilege against self-incrimination. We have no additional questions.
On behalf of the defendant?
I'm satisfied as well, Your Honor. I have nothing to add. Thank you.
All right, appreciate you showing up, and it is your right to not testify with the Fifth Amendment, so you are released from subpoena, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel, for being here and spending your time with her. Anything else you would like to place on the record now prior to entrance of the jurors? I think we have to voir dire your client. Is he up next?
Yes, Your Honor, we are intending to call Mr. James, so we would need to, I think, voir dire him outside the presence of the jury.
Your Honor, before we do that, we do want to, the people want to put on the record the following information. Prior to the hearing that we just had with Ms. Nguyen, both counsel had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Rothstein. We advised Mr. Rothstein, who is of course new to this case, of facts in the case, facts that could form the basis for Ms. Nguyen's self-incrimination, facts that the people intended to elicit on cross-examination that would try to implicate her as an accessory after the fact to homicide or more. So all of those facts were disclosed. I just want to make an active record that went into the decision-making process that Mr. Rothstein had with his client this morning, and as the court has seen, she has invoked her Fifth Amendment rights. So I just wanted to add that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel, anything further in regard to what the people have stated?
I have nothing to add on that issue, Your Honor. Thank you.
May I voir dire your client?
Yes, Your Honor, the court can do that, or I'm happy to do that, whichever court prefers.
I think we'll do a combination, how's that?
Fine by me.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Please state your name for the record.
Willie James.
And sir, you've been working with your attorney throughout this trial, correct? And prior, you've put a lot of work in this case, correct? And your attorney and you have had an opportunity to discuss whether or not you are going to testify, is that correct?
Yeah,
And you know that you have an absolute right to not testify, and if you do not testify, then that cannot be used against you in any way. You understand that?
I do.
You also understand that by choosing to testify, the people will cross-examine you. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what is your choice, to testify or to remain silent?
I choose to testify.
Did anyone force, threaten, or coerce you to make that decision?
No, ma'am.
Did anyone promise you anything that caused you to make that decision?
No,
Any intimidation?
no,
Have you taken any medication yesterday or today? I don't need to know what you're taking, just have you taken anything at all?
yes,
Is it anything that would interfere in your ability to understand the court, your attorney, or your decision making?
no,
Is there medication you're supposed to be on that you're not on?
no,
Any sign of fever, COVID, or other illness?
no,
And you've made this decision with your attorney,
yes,
and it was made of your own free will, is that correct?
it was.
And you've been satisfied with the representation of both counsel?
Yeah,
Okay. He said, yeah, is that correct? Yes?
yes,
Thank you. Counsel, any further questions?
Just if I may, Your Honor, in addition to the questions the court asked you, Mr. James, you understand that if you decided not to testify, in addition to the court instructing the jury that that could not be held against you in any fashion, the people would not be able to argue your silence in the people's closing argument. Do you understand that? that the prosecutor would not be able to comment on your silence or note any suspicion on that, or that you have not taken the stand to deny these allegations. You understand that you would not be permitted to do that.
I do.
And you understand that if you decide to take the stand and answer my questions, you could not then change your mind and refuse to be cross-examined by the prosecutor. You understand you would not be permitted to do that. And you understand one of the risks by taking the stand in your own defense is that you could potentially, even if it's inadvertently, opening the door to certain acts or certain evidence that hasn't been presented thus far. Do you understand that?
Yes,
And you understand that through your testimony, you could possibly be implicating yourself in some other wrongdoing or some other crimes, not the one you're charged with. Do you understand that?
yes.
I believe that's all the questions that I have, Your Honor.
On behalf of the people, are you satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court is satisfied. Sir, I give this instruction to everyone. I've not had anybody change their mind, but if you change your mind, you need to do that like right away. Tell your attorney, once you see the jury, tell your attorney you're not testifying, and then I assume you're the last witness and he'll rest. But other than that, I will swear you once he calls you and I swear you can't change your mind. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay.
And just if I may take a brief break, Your Honor, before we call Mr. Gaines and bring in the jury, please. Thank you.
May we proceed? We're back on the record. Jurors, please.
All rise.
Good morning, thank you, you may be seated. On behalf of defendant,
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Willie James Jr.
thank you. Good morning, sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury? Thank you, and have a seat. Pull the chair right up to the microphone, feel free to adjust it. When you are ready, please state and spell your name for the record.
James, WILLIJAMES.
All right, you can either pull your chair up closer, you're gonna get a shoulder ache doing that. Yeah, that's good, sir. Okay, just keep your voice up. Remember to use words that could be found in a dictionary rather than nodding or saying, "Mhm." If you forget, we'll remind you, let counsel finish their questions before you jump in and answer. And if you need a break, please let me know. If you hear an objection, then do not answer the question until I've indicated whether or not you can. Do you understand?
I know.
Thank you. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. James.
Morning.
I'm going to ask you some questions, and if you could just wait till I finish the question before you answer. And if for some reason either I or the prosecutor asks you a question that you don't understand, please let us know and we'll do our best to reword it or rephrase it, okay? All right. And Mr. James, currently how old are you, sir? And did you know an individual named Andrew Watson II? Was that a yes?
Yes,
And how was it that you knew Mr. Watson? What was your relationship to him?
friend, but I consider him like a nephew.
Okay, they're having trouble hearing you. I need you to keep your voice up or just put the chair a little closer to the microphone. It's bendable. You can also aim it towards you. If you keep leaning toward it, you're gonna get a cramp. Yeah. Are you comfortable sitting like that? All right. Okay, let's try it again. Thank you.
And what was your last answer to that, sir?
What was your question?
Yes, what was your relation to Mr. Watson?
He said I'm a friend, but he was like a nephew.
Okay. And you mean he was just someone that you were really close to, or was he like a blood relative, or were you related through marriage in any way?
He's related to my son.
Okay.
My sons. He's my son's cousin.
And approximately, how long have you known him?
Met him in like 2010, 2005.
Okay. And what was the age difference between you and Mr. Watson, if you know approximately? Okay. But are you older or younger than him?
Oh,
Okay. And did you call him by his name, or was there some type of nickname that you normally called him or knew him as?
I call it Shrill. Love sometimes.
And what did he call you? And were the two of you close?
I didn't get that.
We're cool.
And did the two of you communicate often?
No, it's like all right.
Did you call or text regularly, see each other regularly, daily, weekly? On average.
I mean, it depends on the situation. my car.
And did the two of you socialize together?
I mean, we didn't really hang out outside of playing cards or nothing like that, but we went to places together.
Okay. And you said the two of you played cards together. When did you start playing cards with Skrill?
But it's actually how I met him.
I can't hear.
I said, that's actually how I met him in like 2010.
Give me a minute. You're good, just stay like that. Just try like this. Something's recommended towards you.
Mm.
Okay, can you say something? Is that better? You can, will that be better?
It might be.
If you want to try it. Can I work for everybody?
I've got the volume up all the way on that mic, so.
Brian, I'm sorry. It's all the things in here.
Do you want to give them a mic?
Oh, yeah, we got the lapel mics, yeah.
Yep,
I need
you know what? He fixes that. I'm gonna go get you some cold water. How's that?
There's a cold one in this. I had Jerry bring him in a cold one.
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
All right,
Is there a chance we could excuse the jury, please, just for a moment?
yeah, we're gonna take care of technical difficulties and you all relax so we can get it solved.
All rise.
I just need you to keep your voice up, so we're gonna put the other mic on you, okay, sir? Where are we off the record? Where do we
Yeah.
plug that in?
I don't think you have to plug it in. I think it's
What?
by battery.
It's my battery, but all the batteries are dead in them.
What, do we need to go to the
Yes.
supply room? It says,
How many,
you know.
how many batteries?
Two doubles.
Doubles?
If you want to bring four though, I'll just replace both of them while I'm here.
Thanks, Nancy.
Yeah. Brian, where'd you put my badge? Just, that's on that one.
Oh, I put it behind you.
a little bit more.
May we bring in the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Move it up a little bit more for you. Try that. All rise.
Thank you, you may be seated. Counsel, you may proceed. Sir, just keep your voice up.
And Mr. James, how often did the two of you play cards together?
Wow.
And when you say quite often, what does that mean? Daily, every few days, weekly, or did it vary?
Yeah,
What was the longest period of time that the two of you would have gone without playing cards with each other?
3 weeks.
Okay.
Maybe a month.
And how long would the card games typically last, or did they vary in length?
Yeah.
And when you would play cards with Skrill, was it just the two of you, or would other people join in playing cards with you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Whatever I play with him.
And when the two of you play cards together, where did you typically play cards at?
We didn't have one set destination.
We didn't what?
We didn't have one set destination.
And who usually arranged or set up the card games between the two of you?
Certain places we play at or decided we play.
Either one.
There.
Okay.
I call him, I call me.
So sometimes you would do it and sometimes he would do it, in other words? Okay. And when the two of you played cards together, we're talking poker, is that right? And when you played poker, was there a particular amount to buy in money-wise, or did that vary as well?
Well, most of the time, we have a buy-in. So that way, you know, we each have, start off with equal amount of money. I'm saying, so like 5,000, 10,000, people just have 1,000.
And was there a particular type of poker game that the two of you would play, or poker games?
Texas Hold'em and Omaha.
And what was the last one?
Texas Hold'em and Omaha.
And did the two of you ever have any major arguments or disagreements?
Never.
And do you recall the testimony of Nikki Robinson earlier in this trial?
Which one?
Do you recall the testimony of a witness where the witness was describing you yelling or screaming at Skrill for upwards of 30 minutes? Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize the incident that that witness was describing or talking about?
And I was screaming for 30 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Never.
Did that ever happen?
I don't think I was screaming at anyone for 30 minutes.
Was there a time where you would have been yelling or screaming at Skrill for, let's say, 10 or 15 minutes?
0 minutes.
Was there ever any time that you would get frustrated with Skrill over anything?
I wouldn't say frustrated.
There's some other word or adjective you were thinking of?
Little impatient sometimes when he supposed to be to play cards and take his time, something like that.
So when he was running late, in other words?
I wouldn't call it running late. He was supposed to be at a certain time when he wasn't there.
Okay. Is that something that happened frequently or infrequently?
It wasn't, not that often.
And did you ever get mad and threaten him in any way, even out of anger? Did the two of you ever have any arguments over the card games or the money that was won or lost between the two of you?
Never.
And did you ever play poker with Skrill at Auntie's house?
Several times.
Okay. And did you know Auntie?
Not work.
Okay. Was the only reason why you knew her is because you and Skrill played cards there, or did you know her outside of
Just to play cards.
that? Okay. Did you or do you know her real name?
I didn't at the time, but I do not.
Okay. And was Auntie's house, is that a place that Skrill would choose to play at, or is that a place that you would suggest to play at?
One of his places.
I'm sorry, what was your answer, sir?
One of his places.
Was there ever any arguments or disagreements between you and Skrill at Auntie's house?
We never had a disagreement about nothing ever.
And I want to take you back to the time period of January of 2021, okay, Mr. James? In January of 2021, where were you living at the time?
933 Railroad.
And was that in Lansing?
It is.
And was that your house or someone else's house?
It's my brother's house.
And did you live there alone or with someone?
By myself.
Okay.
Well, my son was in there at one point in time, but
And which son was that, sir?
Could you raise your voice and repeat that, please?
William Third.
And was there a particular name that you or others called him or referred to him as?
I called him Little Willie. He got other names people call him.
Okay.
I called him Little Willie, but
People other people call him different names.
And where did Skrill live at that time, or did you know?
I didn't know where he lived, but I know. Yeah.
Okay. And was that the only place that you were residing at the time in January of 2021, or were you living at another place as well?
That's it.
And I want to ask you about January the 11th of 2021. Did you play cards with Skrill that day, January the 11th?
No.
Okay. Did you lose any money to Skrill on January the 11th?
No.
And were you aware of a video that Skrill had posted to social media with a large amount of cash and him spread on a table? Were you aware of that video, sir?
At which point in time?
Around the time period of January the 11th or January the 12th of 2021?
No.
Now, prior to the January 12th, 2021 card game, when was the last time you would have lost money to Skrill, if you remember?
Right,
Couple days prior, was that your answer, sir?
yes,
Okay. And do you recall how much you would have lost to him at that time?
I think around 10,000.
Okay. And did that tap you out, or did you still have money to play in future card games after you lost that amount of money to him?
That's insignificant money,
It's what money?
insignificant.
And believe we heard testimony earlier that you had purchased a Yukon in the fall of 2020. Is that correct, sir?
Yes,
And did you pay cash for that vehicle?
I did.
Okay. And was that cash from poker winnings or something else?
Well, that truck I bought, I had just laid, I was on like a $60,000 winning streak. So on some truck,
Was that money you'd won from Skrill or someone else, or do you remember?
probably about 8,000 was his.
Okay. And sir, now transitioning into January the 12th, January 12th, 2021. Did you end up playing cards with Skrill that day?
I did.
And how did that come about? Did you contact him? Did he contact you?
Well, I think it actually started the day before, on the 11th. He contacted me. Wanted to play that, I was busy or something.
Okay.
So it was later.
And who made the first contact between the two of you on January the 12th?
You want to make him?
And did the two of you make some kind of plans or arrangements to play cards that night?
We did.
And where was that game to take place?
At East Coast.
And where was that address at again, roughly?
So north side.
Was that a place you chose to play at, or was that a place that Skrill chose or suggested?
Some of his spots.
Was there a particular time frame that you were planning to meet up that night at Auntie's house to play cards with Skrill?
It was,
What time was that?
well, he had texted me and said he was on his way like by 8:30, something like that. 8:30.
And approximately what time would you have arrived at Auntie's house that night, if you remember?
Couple minutes after that. I think I just stopped and get some cars.
I think I what?
Stopped and got some cars.
So that would have been around 8:30 or a little after, you're saying?
Yes,
Okay. And was Skrill there when you arrived?
no,
Okay. Was Auntie there?
I don't know.
Anyone else there that you can recall?
When I arrived,
Yes, sir.
I was waiting in the parking lot.
I was with,
I was waiting in the parking lot for him to come.
And did you end up calling or having contact with Skrill while you were there waiting, either by phone or by text?
Several times.
And was he running on time or running late for that game?
Right.
And I guess how did that make you feel when you were just sitting there waiting?
I mean, I was a little irritated because I told him a couple times that night that, because he needed a ride. I didn't really want to play. I didn't really care if I played. So I told him a couple times, we just tried to get another time.
And did you ever voice that irritation that night to him over the phone when he was running late?
Yeah,
Were you yelling, talking sternly, normally, something else?
I never yelled at him, ever. I just was pretty much like, come on, man. You got me out here waiting, you know, try to do it.
Were you mad?
No,
Did you threaten him in any way that night, either on the phone or through text messages because of that?
Absolutely not.
And did the two of you eventually meet up and play cards that night at Auntie's house?
We did.
Okay. And do you recall what time Skrill would have arrived or when the game started, or do you recall?
Like 9 o'clock.
Was Auntie there while the game was going on?
She was.
Okay. Anyone else there besides the three of you, Auntie, and Skrill that you saw?
That was the first ride.
And did you see if Skrill arrived driving himself, or did he arrive with someone else, or did you see? Did that other person, whoever drove Skrill to that game, did that person come inside Auntie's house?
Not at that point.
Okay. And how long did that particular card game end up being?
You said what?
How long did the card game last that night?
About
And who ended up winning that night?
screwed.
And what amount did you lose, or what amount did he win from you, approximately?
$2,600 something.
Was that a small amount or a high amount between the two of you?
Small, very small.
And so how did you feel that night when you lost approximately $2,600 to Skrill?
Yeah,
Did it not bother you at all? Were you angry? Were you neutral about it? Were you something else?
it didn't matter.
And did he rub it in your face in any way or taunt you about the winning that night?
No,
And did the two of you argue over anything that night?
I never had argued with school about nothing.
Do you know how much money Skrill would have had on him that night?
No clue.
So after the card game was over, did you and Skrill leave Auntie's house that night together or separately?
We got together.
Did you give him a ride?
I did.
Did he ask you for that ride, or did you just volunteer? How did that happen?
Yeah, all right.
And was that usual or unusual between the two of you for you to give him a ride?
Unusual. He actually asked me for a ride to go to the game, but I kind of, when he asked me, I didn't respond. So, because I'm not willing to give him rides and all that.
And so you're giving Skrill a ride after the game. Where did the two of you go after you left Auntie's house?
Well, he asked me, he wanted to buy some marijuana. So, which one?
Was that your house on Rio?
It was.
Okay. And did you end up going from Auntie's house to Rio?
We did.
Okay. And so you arrive at your house on Rio. Was anyone else there at your house when you arrived?
He said, well, listen,
Sure. When you arrived at your house on Rio, after leaving the card game from Auntie's house, was there anyone else at your house on Rio when you got there?
it was
Who was there?
my son and his friend.
My son and his friend.
Yes.
Is that your son Willie the third that you referred to earlier, or another son?
Yes.
And who was your son's friend that was there?
They call him Stick.
And do you know his name or his real name?
Damon Damon Johnson.
Was that usual or unusual for them to be there?
Too often.
Were they welcome there in your house?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And did Skrill go into the house with you on Rio, or did he stay in the car?
Stayed in the car.
Did you end up leaving your house on Rio in your vehicle to take Skrill home?
No, I didn't.
And I guess before we get into the next question, what vehicle did you have at the time, sir?
What do you mean?
What was the make or model of your vehicle?
I had a Yukon.
I didn't hear.
I had a Yukon.
And you said you did not end up leaving and taking Skrill home, is that correct?
That's correct.
Why not? Why didn't you end up taking him home?
Then my son asked me if he could use my vehicle, and I told him, yeah, but he would have to tell somebody else.
And did your son have his own vehicle?
He did.
What kind of vehicle did he have?
I don't know the years, Dodge Charger.
And did you ask him why he needed to borrow the car?
Well, anytime I want to use my truck, 'cause him and all his friends want to hang out.
And I'm not necessarily asking you for his response to this, but did you ask him where he was going?
No,
Okay. Did you ask him how long he intended or needed to borrow the vehicle for?
no,
Did you allow him to borrow your Yukon that night?
I did.
Is that something you would regularly do or just every once in a while?
He had access to my cars.
So he's using your Yukon. Did that mean that he left his Dodge behind for you to use?
Yes,
And if he was going to use your Yukon and Skrill was in there, what was the plan to get Skrill home?
he was gonna drop him off.
And by that, you mean your son?
Yes,
And did anybody ask Skrill if that was okay with him? Did you ask him or did someone else or did you witness that?
also, I went in to grab the weed, marijuana, or whatever, and when I came out, I was like, I'm just gonna use the car, you know, I'm not gonna take you, we gotta go. He said, "Right."
From what you could see from his response to that, did it seem like he was okay or not okay with that, just from what you observed?
Well, he was asking on the phone when I came out, and he just was like, okay, we got it.
And so your son gets in the Yukon with Skrill, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did Stick go with him or do you know?
Well, they left out together, I didn't watch him get in the car, but, so,
And did you have any idea where they might be going in your car?
no clue.
And so the three of them drive away or go away in your Yukon. Did you stay at your house on Rio or did you go somewhere else?
Well, I stayed at my house for a little bit because I'm not need free. And my son feels like he don't have to take off his shoes until he has a prosthetic leg. And he tracks nowhere in the house, so I stayed back home a little bit.
How long did that take approximately?
I don't know.
Fair enough. And do you regularly keep cleaning supplies at your house?
Absolutely, especially around that time, like Lysol and because it was COVID, so.
What kind of cleaning supplies did you usually have at your house, if you remember? Did you keep any plastic bags there of any kind? Trash bags, plastic bags like you get from the store, anything like that?
Trash bags.
Did you keep or have any type of rubber or latex gloves there?
I did.
Okay. Did you just kind of have a few of them, or did you have a box of them, or what?
Well, it wasn't in a box. My sister would bring, she was real cold, you know, so she would bring gloves over, and I would get them like wherever I go, I just have them.
What's your sister's name, sir?
Aquilina James.
And where did you keep those gloves at? Were they on the counter, the cabinets, somewhere else?
Same kitchen.
And would you have had those gloves and trash bags in your house during the time period of January of 2021? And at some point after you're done cleaning or straightening up, after your son had been there, do you stay at Rio or do you go somewhere else?
I went to Ami's house,
Who was Omni?
my female associate.
And were the two of you in a dating relationship of some kind at the time or something else?
Everybody,
And what approximate time would you have arrived at Omni's house, if you know or if you remember? By 12, do you mean midnight?
little after midnight.
Okay. So you get to Omni's house around midnight or a little after. What do you do, if anything, once you get to Omni's house?
Well, when I pulled up, I was on the phone. I was talking to my sister.
Your sister Philomena or another sister?
My sister Aquilina.
Okay. And after you're done talking to your sister Philomena, then what do you do at Omni's house?
Well, when I got out, it was people outside.
When I got what?
It's because there's usually a lot of people out there anyways. It's a court.
People that you recognized?
Yeah, it's the hood, so it's always people hanging out.
And where did Omni live at the time?
Yeah,
I mean, what, do you remember the street?
it's a court.
And do you see anybody there that you recognized when you got to Omni's house?
Yeah, it's a guy named Toto.
Did you or do you know his real name?
I know.
And you ended up talking to Toto or doing anything with him? What did you do?
Yeah, he wanted to play some cards.
Was it just the two of you or anybody else?
He had somebody with him.
Someone that you knew?
Nah, I know who it was.
Did you know or do you know the person's name?
The guy he was with,
Yes.
I didn't know who he was.
Okay. And so the three of you, did you end up playing cards together?
Yeah, we did.
Okay. And how long was that card game between the three of you, if you could approximate or if you remember?
Hour and a half, couple hours.
Was there ever at some point in time, either that night or the next day, did your son arrive at Omni's house with your Yukon?
Well, objection to that question, please. It was at any time or sometime the next day, so I would like to know what the time frame was. Please.
Okay.
Rephrase.
Do you recall your son bringing your Yukon home that night on the night of the 12th?
He brought it back early that morning.
Are you referring to the 13th or some other day?
After 12.
So after midnight, in other words?
Yes. So,
What was that? Yes? What?
yes, it was
Thank you.
after 12.
Were you still playing cards at that time, or had the card game with Toto and this other person ended at that point when he brought the vehicle back?
Time we come back, we were wrapping up.
Do you recall what approximate time that he would have arrived if your vehicle, or do you remember?
2:30, 2 o'clock. somewhere around
And by that, do you mean 2 o'clock or 2:30 in the morning?
there. Yes,
Did your son mention anything unusual that may have happened in the car while he was barring?
he mentioned, so it wasn't unusual, but he mentioned that they was at a party and they ran into some ops and they got in.
When you're saying they, who is they, or do you know?
Well, at the time, he said, they,
And you said something about running into ops. What does ops mean to you, or how did you interpret that?
another rival gang member.
And so what was he saying about what happened in the vehicle?
He said that they ran into some ops at a party, got into a fight, stick was bleeding, had bled in my backseat.
And how did that affect you? Was that startling to you, or did you not care, or something else? How did you react to that?
Everybody good.
I didn't hear you.
I just asked him, was everybody good?
And did you go out and check your vehicle at that time?
No. He told me to clean it up.
Did you inquire if Sticka or everybody else was okay?
Yes,
And did your son, Willie III, take his car back from you, or did he end up staying in Omni's?
well, he stayed, before he told me that he was there for probably about a half hour. And then I told him that he was gonna leave, that's when he told me that.
Okay.
And then when Total and them left,
Yes, that's when he told me.
And was Omni present while this conversation was taking place about Sticka or Stick bleeding in the Yukon?
No, it was just me and Little Willie.
say that again?
It was just me and Little Willie.
Did you end up spending the night at Omni's house, or did you leave?
I stayed there.
And at some point the next day, did you go out to your Yukon?
Yes, I got up, cause I called my sister and told her, cause that's one of the places where I need some more money at, so I called her.
Okay, so you're calling your sister, and did you go see your Yukon after that, or was it before that?
No, I had called my sister that before when I first arrived at Tommy's house,
Okay,
cause I wanted her to bring me some money.
okay. And so I guess sometime the next morning, let's say sometime post dawn on the 13th, was there a point in time where you went out to your Yukon on the morning of the 13th?
It was,
Okay. What approximate time period would that have been, if you could recall?
it was her,
7 o'clock, was that your answer, sir?
7 a.m.
Okay. And what did you see when you opened your Yukon?
Some spray paint on my floor.
Was spray paint on your floor when you loaned it to Willie III the night before?
No. Well, at that time, I didn't know what it was, I just know it was some paint.
Okay, so there was some type of paint that you noticed in the vehicle.
Right,
Was that paint there the night before when you loaned it to your son?
nothing in there.
Was there any blood in the car that you could see at that point?
No.
Okay. Did you see or notice anything in your Yukon that led you to believe that some violent act had occurred in there?
No.
And so after seeing the paint in your car, did that prompt you to do anything regarding your car? And if so, what?
I was living. So I called my son and asked him.
So you called your son, Willie the third?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to connect with him, when you called him?
I was,
And did you ask him about what happened in your car or to your car?
yeah, I asked him why, would it be spray paint or just paint my car?
And did the two of you have a conversation about that?
We did.
Okay. And after that conversation, did you do anything as it related, to the car?
No,
Did you or someone else make any type of arrangements to do anything about the car to get it cleaned in some way?
yes.
Who did that?
Well, I came in and I had Ami call to see if she could find a detail of that in the mail.
And is that something you directed her to do?
It was.
Did you direct her to call any specific detailers, or did you just say, call some detailers and see if they can get me in?
Well, I actually see if Eric still had a detail shop,
Who is Eric?
over in.
And is that a detail shop that you were familiar with or you had used?
When I used it, yeah.
Okay.
Well, the one that I went to, I never been at, the one I went to was outside town.
Eric's shop, where was that located or what was the name of it?
Something detailed.
You recall where the location of it would have been?
It was on Saginaw and I don't know, it's on the west side.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you know if Omni was able to secure any appointments with any detailers for you?
She was,
Okay. And did you end up going to a detailer that day?
yeah, she told me that she had got one for spotless, but it wasn't until the next day at 1 o'clock.
Did you end up going to one that day?
Yes,
And which one did you end up going to that day, if you recall?
it was one of Grand
Did you drop your Yukon off there?
River. I did.
Someone pick you up from the shop?
She followed me to the shop,
I mean, what?
followed me to the shop.
And did you end up picking the Yukon up back that day or some other day after they had worked on it?
I did.
Was it that day or another day?
It was the same day.
And were you happy or unhappy with the job that the detailing shop had done on your car?
Very dissatisfied.
Why is that?
One, I went for him to come out, but I ended up just getting more detail. And he didn't get all the paint out. It was tire shine all in the dash and all around. It was too shiny and be touching it. I felt like it, cause I got nieces and nephews and I didn't want them to touch it when they get in. Rub the eyes.
Did you voice any complaints to the detailing shop about that, about your dissatisfaction?
No,
Did you end up taking the vehicle to another detailer?
I did. Well, I just want to say first that I only went to his detail shop because I thought it was Eric's shop. So when I got there, I was like, where's Eric?
The one you're talking about where you were dissatisfied with? Is that the one you're referring to?
Yeah,
Okay.
and originally I was waiting for spotless the next day. But she said that they called back, so I was able to get in that day. So that's why I went that day.
Did you end up going to Spotless?
Yes,
And when did you go to them?
that next day, because the appointment was already set up. And it worked out perfect because I was so dissatisfied with his work.
And it worked out perfect because,
I was dissatisfied with the other guy's work.
And did you drop the Yukon off at Spotless?
Yes,
And Did someone pick you up from Spotless while you left your car there to be detailed?
I'm controlling.
And so she picks you up after dropping off the car. Where'd the two of you go after that, if you remember?
Went to Detroit to see my sister. She had cancer at the time. So went to go visit her.
Is that your sister Philomena or another sister?
It's my older sister.
Did you end up picking your car up from Spotless?
Yeah, later that evening.
Okay. Were you satisfied or unsatisfied or dissatisfied with the job that Spotless did detailing your car?
I'm very satisfied.
Did they get the paint removed?
They did.
Did you notice any blood in the car at that time?
Absolutely not.
Did you notice any defects such as dents, holes, anything that resembled a bullet, anything like that, sir?
Absolutely not.
So you played cards with Skrill on January the 12th. So the next day, January the 13th, did you attempt to contact Skrill that day?
I did.
And how was that contact attempted? Phone call, text messages, both, something else? Was that the same morning that you noticed the paint in your car, or was it a different day?
It was the same day.
Were you able to reach Skrill that day?
No, I wasn't.
What were you contacting him about, if you remember?
Play cards.
And did it concern you at all that you weren't able to reach him or you didn't hear back from him?
No.
Were there times before where you had called him and he hadn't responded?
Often.
Did that make you mad or worried when that happened?
When you answer my phone call?
Yeah, or respond back.
No.
Were you aware that he was missing at that time when you were attempting to contact him on the 13th?
No.
Did you have any reason to be concerned for him at that time?
No.
Did you make attempts to contact him on January the 14th or the 15th?
No.
How about the 16th?
Yes. Well, not him directly.
Yeah, and when I asked that question, I mean, did you attempt to call or text him
No.
anytime after the 13th? Okay. Was that usual or unusual for the two of you to go a few days without communicating?
Yeah. Yes.
Which one? Was it usual or
Yes.
unusual?
Usual.
Okay. Would it be usual or unusual for there to be a few days where he wouldn't call you or reach out to you?
Usual.
Was there any reason for you to be concerned for Skrill at that point and the following days, 13th, 14th, 15th?
No.
Did there come some point in time that you learned Skrill may be missing?
I did.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been? What day or date, if you can remember?
On Saturday.
When you say the following Saturday, you mean the following Saturday following the card game on the 12th?
Correct.
Do you know roughly how many days that would have been we're talking about? 4 days? Okay. And how did you learn about Skrill missing? From whom did you learn that from?
The tower.
Is that Latara husband?
Yes.
Do you recognize her as one of the witnesses that testified earlier at the trial? And did you learn that from you reaching out to her, or did she reach out to you?
She reached out to me on Facebook.
Did she send you like a text message through Facebook, or was it like a video call, or was it an instant message through Facebook Messenger?
It was just a message that said, you seen Skrill?
And was Latara someone that you were friends with?
No,
Was she someone that you regularly communicated with?
no.
And so after you received that message from her, did that prompt you to go anywhere or talk to anyone at all about Skrill or Skrill being missing?
After I got,
After your communication from Latara?
after we communicated, yes.
Okay. And what was that? Who did you try to talk to, or where did you go, if anywhere?
Well, she asked me if I would go over Auntie's house to see them. He was over there.
Did you go over to Auntie's house?
I did.
Was that the same day or a different day when you had that communication from Latara?
It was the same morning.
And is that the same place on Georgetown where you and Skrill have been playing cards on the 12th?
It was.
And what were you attempting to do or hoping to accomplish by going over there?
Tried to see Auntie, I seen her, but she was there.
Okay. Did you end up speaking to Auntie that day?
No,
Did you knock on the door?
Aye.
Did someone respond? Who was that person that had responded?
was
Was it a male or female?
female.
Was Auntie available to speak to you at that time, or do you know?
They said she was asleep.
I'm sorry.
They said she was asleep.
Did you communicate them to whoever answered the door that you wanted to speak with Auntie?
I did.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you receive some other call from some other person regarding Skrill being missing?
The next day,
And what was the name of that person?
that was Fred, another guy I played cards with.
Okay. And was that a communication through a phone call, a text, social media app, or something else?
Uncle.
Okay. And was that him calling you or you calling him?
He called me.
Okay. Was that the same day or a different day that you went to Auntie's house, if you remember?
We went the next day.
After that call from Fred, did you reach out to anyone or talk to anyone regarding Skrill or Skrill being missing?
I did.
Who did you end up speaking with?
My son's dead.
Is that your son, Willie the Third?
It is.
And when you spoke with them, was that the same day or different day from your phone call with Fred?
Same day.
Did you talk to your son, Willie the Third, and Stick together? Were they together at the same time when this conversation was taking place, or were these separate conversations?
They were together.
Where did this conversation take place
At his apartment
at? Which was where?
in Palm Tree.
Is that where your son lived?
It was.
Did he live there with anyone else?
Well, man. Still good. Little Willie's girlfriend.
You know Gutter's real name?
Demonte Johnson.
And when you say Sticka, is that the same person or a different person as Stick?
Same person.
Did you just drop in on them at Plum Tree, or did you call or text ahead of time to let them know you were coming over?
No, I just went straight over there.
Was your son Willie the Third there when you arrived?
He was.
Was Sticka there when you arrived?
He was.
Anyone else there that you could see?
Not that I seen.
What was the answer?
Not that I seen.
Were you able to ask them about Skrill?
I was.
What what all had prompted you at this point to go talk to them? Why did you suddenly decide to go talk to your son, Willie III, and Sticka about Skrill at this point?
Attorney had called me. And Fred had called me. So then I started kind of putting it together, like, stick the story. They said that he hadn't been seen since the last time I was playing cards with him. So
Okay. And did Sticka tell you about what happened to Skrill on the night of January the 12th in your Yukon?
he did.
Did your son Willie III tell you what happened to Skrill on the night of January the 12th in your Yukon?
They both, yes.
What did Sticka tell you about what happened to Skrill on the night of January the 12th in your Yukon?
Well, he said that they didn't know who was in the, he didn't know who was in the truck. But he asked me,
When you say he, who are you referring to?
he said, they stopped at the store. Went to the store. Skrill put out a bunch of money. And that's what Sticker said, he realized it was money bag. And they went to ice cream or something before it felt like it cheated him, perhaps loaded dice or something.
What happened after that realization?
He said he had it in his mind, he was going to get his get back.
When you,
I can't hear that, I'm sorry.
Said he had it in his mind, he was going to get his get back.
and when you say he, who are you referring to?
Sticker.
And what happened next in the story as Sticka was reciting to you?
He said that when they came out the store, got in the car, they drove off. Pistol whipping him.
Who started pistol whipping whom?
Sticker started pistol whipping Skrill.
Did he say where Skrill was located at in the car,
Sitting in front of him.
sitting in front of Sticka?
Skrill was sitting in front seat. In front of Sticker.
Where was Sticka sitting?
The back passage.
Was your son Willie III driving the car, did they say?
Yeah, he was driving.
So, do they get into the car and do they stay parked or do they start driving?
He started driving.
Once they started driving, what did Sticka say happened next?
Then he started,
After he started, I believe he said pistol whipping.
right, he said as he was getting the pistol whipping him, Skrill was, it was touching the bag. And the gun went off.
And you what?
And the gun went off.
And what did Sticka say? What happened or what did they do after the gun went off?
Well, after the gun went off, they drove, then my son was saying that they drove around. Trying to figure out.
Did they ever end up going to any particular location after that, or did they just keep driving around?
They said they parked and my other son's parked.
Where would that have been? Or did they tell you?
Well, my son lived in Trappers Cove at that time.
Okay. Did they just stay parked there? Did they say they tried to make contact with him or someone else, or did Sticka say?
But they said they knocked on his door, but he didn't answer the door.
So they knock on the door and there's no answer. What did Sticka say they did next?
That they started walking and called this guy named Leak.
Leak?
Yes.
And do you know who Leak is?
Was a few of them named Leak in their crew, but
Did you have any idea, did they specify which particular Leak they were talking about?
no,
Do you have any idea who this particular Leak is or what this particular Leak's real name would be?
I don't.
Okay. So they take off walking and then what does Sticka say happens next?
Said that them up and they went back to my house.
Is that your house on Rio?
Yes,
Were you there at that time or were you at Omnis?
I was around these.
And what did Sticka say they did once they arrived at your house?
Just in there trying to figure out what to do. Googling how to clean up blood and how to get rid of a body and just
I'm sorry, say that again. They were figuring out what to do and then. Cleaning up.
how to clean up blood and
What?
things of that nature.
I think for the record, the answer was how to clean up blood and how to get rid of the body. So I know the reporter didn't hear it, but that was said in front of the jury and want the record to be very clear, please.
I would agree with that, counsel.
I agree as well, Your Honor, thank you. And did they retrieve or get any items while they were there, or did Sticka say?
That they got some cleaning supplies, trash bags and gloves.
And when you say cleaning supplies, did they specify what kind of cleaning supplies?
Bleach.
So they get all of those supplies, and then what did Sticka say they did next?
So they went back.
Were they referring to going back to Trappers Cove or somewhere else?
To Travis Cove.
And did Sticka say what they did or what happened once they got back to Trappers Cove?
Yes.
What did Sticka say they did?
He said they pulled the truck up by a dumpster.
When you say, I don't mean to interrupt you, sir, but when you say truck, are you referring to the Yukon car that your son was borrowing, or are you referring to the Leaks vehicle? Or do you know?
Well, they rolled back and it would be over to Travis Cove. And that's my truck, pulled it up.
What did Sticka say they did next after putting him in the dumpster?
Cleaned up.
Did they clean up the vehicle?
Yes.
And did they say what they did with those particular items that they had or used while they were cleaning up the vehicle?
So they threw it in the dumpster.
Did they indicate, did Sticka say whether or not they were able to clean up the vehicle fully or not?
Well, that's when the lead said that, so they said the lead says like spray paint, sticks to blood and bring it up back.
They had some spray paint, what?
Sticks to blood, sticks to blood or something. And sticks to blood. And helps.
Is that spray paint that they would have gotten from your house?
No,
Did Sticka say which one among them had or brought the spray paint?
no, but I was assuming lead.
Did Sticka mention or say anything about any items, if any, they would have retrieved from the vehicle?
Well, the same type of money.
Did they say how much? Did they say what they did with the money?
No.
Were there any other items that they would have taken? Did they indicate? Either Sticka or your son, Willie III?
No.
Did Sticka say or mention anything about cell phones?
Objection leading. He said there were no other items that were taken. That's a leading question.
Sustained or phrased.
Did Sticka or Willie III say that they discarded anything from the vehicle after that?
Yes.
Who said that? Was it Stickup or was it Willie the Third?
Nobody.
What did he say they discarded?
He said that when he came out and stopped, he looked over and seen a bag. So they were out the window,
Did he say what was in the bag?
some bones.
Did he say where this discarding would have taken place? Did he say who discarded it?
He said he did.
Did you maintain a relationship with your son after this?
That's what,
Did you maintain any contact with Sticka after this?
not as much.
Was Sticka welcome in your house after that?
No. After that, I went and got ADT service and put cameras all around my house and motion detectors. So I can have it on my phone to make sure that Willie didn't have them in my house anymore.
And is Sticka still around or is Sticka still alive if you know?
He got killed in a shootout at a park,
When would that have happened if you know?
June 2021.
Is your son still alive?
He is.
And as of now, do you know who this particular leak is that they were referring to? And approximately how many days after the night of the 12th would this have been when you had this conversation with your son, Willie the Third and Sticka? Are you certain whether or not it was less than a week or more than a week? Okay. And after Willie the Third and Sticka told you this story, did you contact the police with this information?
No, I
Why not?
was trying to separate myself from that situation.
Now, we've heard testimony about some carpet being cut out in the back of the Yukon. Do you recall that testimony, sir?
I do.
Did you do that or did someone else do that?
I did.
When did you do that?
It would have been a couple of days after I found out that. After the wrap.
After the conversation you had with Willie the Third and Sticka, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, good.
And how did you do that? How did you cut that carpet out?
With a box cutter.
Why did you do that?
Well, after they told me the story, and I like they put the paint down here and all that. So it must have been significant. So I wanted to see if it was any blood. It was see through. I don't like to start smelling and all that. So I wanted to see wrong.
Did you see any blood in the area that you cut out?
No,
Did you cut out any other areas of the car?
no.
And at some point after January the 12th, was there a point in time where you found an object in your car where you weren't expecting to find?
Yeah,
What was that?
it was a phone.
And tell us about that, please. How did you discover this phone?
Well, it was actually that morning when I went out and seen the sprinkler in my car.
You're talking about the morning of the 13th?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you discover this cell phone?
Well, when I was pulling out, I stopped and slid up from the passenger's side door on the seat.
Did it slide out on the front or did it slide out from the back?
Slid up, shot from back to front.
Okay. And did you recognize this phone?
No,
Did you notice anything unusual about the phone? Is there anything like blood on it? Was it damaged? Was it broken? Was it cracked?
no,
Did you know or have any idea who this phone would have belonged to?
No,
Was there anything about when you saw this phone that was suspicious to you in any way?
no.
What did you end up doing with this phone, if anything?
Well, when it slid out, I'm in my truck, so I can't reach over. So I pulled over, grabbed it. And
And what?
threw it out the window,
Did you throw it out your window, the driver's side window, or did you throw it out the passenger side window?
passenger side,
Was this
What's
while,
it, what side?
the passenger side.
was this while the car was in motion, or were you driving when you did this?
Well, I was starting to take off.
Why did you just throw it out the window?
I figured it was one of their phones, so I didn't have a lot of short man.
Now, sir, I'm directing your attention to later towards the end of the month, there's a time where your vehicle, the Yukon, was the subject of a traffic stop. Is that correct?
Yes,
Were you driving the car at that time?
I was.
Did you have cash on you that day?
I did.
Was that common or uncommon for you to be carrying cash like that?
I mean, it was uncommon for me to walk around with large sums of money, but if I was going somewhere, I just want some money.
And do you recall why you had the cash on you that day? I'm sorry, what was your answer, sir?
I do.
What was that?
I was at a poker game the night before.
And the money that you had on you that day, was that money that you had won from Skrill?
No,
Was that money you had stolen from Skrill?
absolutely not.
Did the police confiscate or take that money from you that day? And at some point shortly after that, you had some interviews with the police, particularly some detectives. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes,
And was the first of those interviews, was that towards the end of January of 21?
it was.
Was that the same approximate 90-minute video that we saw earlier in this case?
Yes,
Did you reach out to them to set up that interview, or how did that happen?
well, it was trying to stop. I just wanted to talk to him.
Well, it was during that traffic stop, what?
The troopers said that the detectives wanted to see me.
And did you reach out to the detective that they told you to contact?
Yes,
And the first interview that you were having towards the end of January 21, were they asking you about Skrill being missing during that interview?
that was,
And were they asking you about your Yukon?
yes,
Did they ask you questions about any blood that may have been in your Yukon?
first interview,
Yes, sir. And did they ask you any questions in that interview about getting any work done on your car or about it being detailed? Were you asked about your relationship with Skrill?
yes,
And Mr. James, were you truthful or untruthful in that first interview that you had with detectives at the end of January 2021?
I was untruthful,
Untruthful.
yes.
What were some of the things that you were untruthful about?
I'm being cried that night. How close we were. But I'm not disagreeing.
I didn't hear that.
So you can just remind me, I'm not disagreeing with that.
Sure. And if you don't remember, that's fine, but you listed some things. Well, let me ask you this. Why were you lying to the detectives at that time about those things?
Because I was trying to separate myself from the situation. I didn't want to be placed in it. I was trying to minimize everything, how it was.
And why were you trying to minimize that, sir? And we heard an audio recording of a second interview earlier in this case. Do you recall that, sir? Were you being truthful or untruthful in that interview? What were some of the things that you were being truthful about? And what were the names in relationship to that you gave them? And what names did you give them, if you recall?
Yes. Well, was the name I was telling them?
I can't hear you.
I told them, my son's name. I told them, daughter,
And when you gave them those names, what was that in reference to?
which names?
The names that you just went through as related to your son, Stick, Leak.
Well, they asked me about where the blood came from.
And I told them what,
They wanted to know where the blood came from, they would have to ask them.
Did you ever specifically tell them that your son and Sticka was using your car on the night of January the 12th?
No,
Why did you not do that?
I mean, because they asked me about the blood, and I told them they want to know, they have to ask them.
And why didn't you just tell them that? Why didn't you tell them what you just told us?
Well, at that point, they would, it's their job,
I figured they would what?
their job, do their job, go ask them, they would figure it out, rather me have to tell them.
Was there at any point during these interviews that you believe that they suspected you had something to do with either Skrill's disappearance or possible homicide?
Well, I believe from when they came in, but then when I was telling them, they asked me, was asking me about the blood, and when I told them, we have to ask these people, when I told them the names, the detective said, I don't want this bullshit, and you have to kill me, bus.
I don't want to hear no more of this bullshit. And then what?
Then you're gonna throw your kid under the bus.
And when you were speaking to detectives about this in either of these interviews, did you feel that you were being heard or unheard when you were speaking to them?
Well, I felt like I was being heard, except when I was trying to tell them, something, okay, it was like they just had their eyes on me.
Did it appear to you, or did you believe that they were listening to you or not listening to you? How did that make you feel?
Just, like, they asked me a question, I told them, like, it wasn't about me. I don't know, I guess.
Your Honor, may I have a brief moment, please?
Me. No, look at you both approach.
I have a few more quick questions for you, Mr. James, okay?
Yes,
Talked about, you mentioned Plumtree Apartments, I believe going to see your son. Where approximately is that located?
it's by the nursing home, by Waverly High School.
What side of the city is that on, if you know? Okay. Mr. James, were you involved in any type of plan or conspiracy with any other person or persons to kill Andrew Watson?
Yes,
Were you involved in any type of plan or conspiracy with any other person or persons to rob Andrew Watson?
yes,
Did you help someone else in any way rob Andrew Watson?
yes,
Did you see Andrew Watson be killed?
yes,
Were you present when Andrew Watson was killed?
no,
Did you, Mr. James, kill Andrew Watson II?
absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. James. And we're going to take a break. Mr. Carino will have some questions for you. That concludes my direct examination at this time.
Thank you. Let's take 15 minutes.
All right.
I'll see you back in 15 minutes. Also, this record, sorry. Call on the jurors?
Yes, on behalf of
We
the
need
people.
Mr. James to retake the
Oh.
witness stand first, Your Honor.
Yes, could you say?
I have,
Sorry?
See, that whole time, somebody had the mic muted.
No, it wasn't muted, I'm
And why
telling
is
you.
it just making that noise?
Because it was really close to that one. It was not muted, Nancy. Because didn't you hear me go like this?
No, I don't hear you.
Exactly. Ryan, will you be in the courtroom during this one? Sorry?
will you be in
Yes.
the courtroom? 'Cause
Yeah.
I have some interchange between meetings.
Yep.
I'll start with the overhead.
See, Nancy, it's not doing it. If it's unmuted.
All right, the jurors.
We're missing Lacey. Yeah.
All right.
I was looking to see if it was more than one, but. There's some. Is it because they were off?
Party foul.
I know, same.
It is the same, it's true. Just replace it. I don't know. We're gonna do it another.
Thank you, you may be seated. Sir, I'm just going to remind you, you're still under oath and counsel, you may proceed when you're ready.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And then we're gonna switch back and forth.
Turn it on. I will get over there.
Sir, you are Willie James Jr., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. James, Andrew Watson is dead, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Andrew Watson was killed on or about January 12th or 13th, 2021, isn't that correct, sir?
From house.
Andrew Watson was
I didn't
killed,
hear the answer.
He said from what I was told.
Thank you.
Andrew Watson was killed inside your car, isn't that correct, sir?
From house.
Andrew Watson was killed by a gunshot inside of your car, isn't that correct, sir?
From house.
Andrew Watson was in possession of a large amount of cash at the time he was killed, isn't that correct, sir?
From house.
That cash was stolen during a robbery when Mr. Watson was killed inside your car, isn't that correct, sir?
From house.
Andrew Watson's body has never been found for 5 years, is that correct, sir?
From house.
And his body was disposed of involving multiple people, as you've described, is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So after 5 years now, sir, there is no more mystery that Andrew Watson is dead, isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
And after 5 years now, with your testimony here today, sir, there is no more mystery that Andrew Watson was in fact murdered, isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
And there is no longer any mystery that Andrew Watson was murdered inside your vehicle, isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
So, sir, this is no longer a no-body homicide case. This is a homicide case. Isn't that correct, sir?
Prosecutor, I don't know the difference.
Andrew was murdered in your car with a gun, wasn't he, sir?
Yes, sir.
And you're not doubting that or denying that, isn't that correct, sir?
No.
All right. And Andrew's body has never been found, isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
So again, sir, this is no longer a no-body homicide case. It's just a regular old murder case. Isn't that correct, sir?
There's nobody.
Right. And so the only issue, sir, that the jury has to decide now is not whether it was Andrew was murdered. The only issue we have to decide is if you murdered or if Sticka murdered him. Isn't that correct, sir? That's the only issue we got to look at, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So this whole 2-week trial where we've been talking about databases and crime scene investigators and all those things, this whole time, sir, you, Willie James Jr., knew that Andrew Watson had been murdered in your car. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
And this is the first time that you've made a public statement that Andrew Watson is in fact dead, murdered in your car. Isn't that correct, sir?
Public statement?
Yes, sir.
I didn't hear that.
He said a public statement.
Okay, public statement, and the answer was what? Yes, isn't that correct?
Yes.
All right. You were interviewed, sir, on the date of January 29th of 2021 by two detectives, Detective Osborne and Detective McGonigal. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
And that interview occurred at the Lansing Police Department precinct in Lansing, Michigan. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
And that was video and audio recorded. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
And that was played in this particular case. You were here when that was played. Isn't that right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And that was you in that video, and those were your words that you were giving during the statement. Isn't that correct, sir?
It was.
One of the first questions you were asked, sir, is what was your address? Do you remember that question, sir? And the answer that you gave was 2325 Beaujardin, apartment 213, Lansing, Michigan. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Today, you were asked on direct examination what your address was, and you said 933 Rio Road. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
All right. When you were interviewed by police on January 29th of 2021, you never told the police that you lived at Rio Road. Isn't that correct, sir?
No.
Okay, you told the police, well, they got the video and we can listen to it. They asked you what your address was and you said 2325 Beaujardin. Isn't that correct, sir?
That's what you said.
Yeah, and you never told them that you lived at Rio Road. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
You kept that information from police in that initial interview that you also resided at Rio Road. Isn't that correct, sir?
I only resided in Real Road.
So when you told police that you lived at 2325 Beaujardin, apartment 213, was that a lie that you told the police?
Yes.
So you lied to the police in the first questions they asked you about what your address were. Isn't that correct, sir?
That's correct.
You looked right in their face and you told them, my address is on Beaujardin, and then that was a bold-faced lie, one of the first answers you gave. Isn't that correct, sir?
The boat place line.
Yes. Now, with respect to that address, 933 Rio Road, we were able to find out in this case, when we did crime scene investigation on your car, that there was this receipt that said you stayed or had an address for you at 933 Rio Road, as you just described. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
All right. Now, who lived at 933 Rio Road back in January of 2021, sir?
I did.
Who else? And your brother lived there as well?
No, sir.
And you told police, I believe, that your brother also lived at that address. Isn't that correct, sir? I mean, the jury's heard it in this case, told the police that that your brother also lived at that address, correct?
No, sir.
And what was
I said he owned that house.
And what was the name of your brother that owned that particular house at 933 Rio Road?
Demetrius James.
I'm sorry?
Demetrius James.
I didn't hear the answer.
Demetrius James.
All right. So Mr. James, Demetrius James, was he living at 933 Rio Road with you at that time, sir, too?
No.
Who else, if anyone, was living at 933 Rio Road with you, sir, please? You also gave us an address of 947 Vincent Court. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
And that's the address of your girlfriend, or at the time, Omni Wynn. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
Today, you described her as a female associate. What's a female associate mean to you?
Somebody
Somebody that you what?
that I deal with.
Like romantically or physically?
Absolutely.
Who lived at 947 Vincent Court, please, in January of 2021?
And
It would have been,
her dad,
What was her dad's name?
Terry Wynn.
And then she had two kids living there, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, back in January 12th and forward of 2021, you had multiple phones, isn't that correct, sir? One of your phones was 517-896-0850, isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
All right. And that phone was registered to Philomena James, isn't that correct?
Absolutely not.
That phone was in Philomena James's name, isn't that correct, sir?
Absolutely not.
Well, you've seen on call detail records from the phone company in this case, sir, when that number comes up, it's registered to Philomena James.
That's the name that the detective gave at the protocol. That was a mistake.
That was the name that the detective what?
Gave them to put on the phone. That phone was in my name. And then you can investigate and find out.
One way or the other, sir, all I care about is establishing that that number 517-896-0850, that's your phone number, correct?
You said it was Phil's name, so it's my phone. I'm not hiding, it's my phone.
And you also had a second phone number, please, 517-706-7246, isn't that correct, sir?
If you say so, I didn't know that number. I just got that phone.
And what was the final number that you had back in January 2021, sir? You did have a third phone though, isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
3 total phones?
Correct.
All right, we've talked about this person by the name of Andrew Watson. And you were asked during your interview with the detectives on January 29th of 2021 what your relationship was to Andrew Watson, isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
And you gave 2 answers to that. The first answer you gave, sir, was, quote, play cards. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
And you also said that he was, quote, an associate. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
But in fact, that's not true. That was a lie. Isn't that correct, sir?
Not a lie, I told.
Okay, so you were asked by police for a very simple answer and you gave them a lie right to their face. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay. Because in reality, sir, Andrew referred to you as Unc, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And you referred to Andrew as nephew, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you have a distant or a family relationship to Andrew Watson, isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
And he is the first cousin to 2 of your children, isn't that correct, please?
Yes.
And the cousin that he is related to, that is not your son, Willie James, that is another cousin, isn't that correct? Another child of yours, isn't that correct, sir?
That's correct.
So he's not related to Willie James III, he's related to your other children. Is that all accurate, sir?
Second.
And if you, for example, would have been married to your children's mother, he would be your nephew. Isn't that correct? That would be the relationship that you had, correct?
It would be the same.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear what the answer.
I mean, that's
So
why
it
you,
would be the same.
I mean,
I
that's,
still didn't get it. We're talking at the same time.
no, I'm talking, and I'm gonna answer my question, please. That is why you called him nephew. Isn't that correct, sir? Because of that relationship.
Absolutely.
And that is why he referred to you as Unc. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So you had a family connection with this man. Isn't that accurate?
Yes.
And sir, you referred to him as Skrill. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
And you also referred to him as Bubba. Isn't that correct? And in fact, the name that his family uses for him is Bubba. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
So you would have referred to him as a name that his family often uses, which is Bubba. Is that correct, sir?
It is.
Okay. So your relationship was much deeper than just associates play cards. Isn't that accurate, sir? And yet, during your interview, a very simple question on January 29th, 2021, you chose to lie about what your relationship was to Andrew Watson, the very person that you were there talking about. Isn't that correct, sir?
I do.
All right. So I want to talk about play cards with you. In your interview on January 29th of 2021, sir, you said that the week before, so Andrew was last seen on Tuesday, the week before. You understand the time frame I'm dealing with? Okay, that Monday night, you said you had played cards together with Andrew. Do you recall telling the police that?
That Monday night, the 11th?
Nope, I'm talking about the prior week, Monday night.
Okay. I don't know if I said Monday, but I played that week.
And you told the police, excuse me, you told the police that you had won $8,000 from Andrew during that card game. Isn't that correct, sir?
Sure.
And then you told police that you had again played on the Thursday or Friday of that week as well. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
And you told police that Andrew had won $11,000 from you. Isn't that correct, sir?
10 or 11.
Now, that Sunday night before Andrew disappeared on Tuesday, you also played cards with Andrew that night. Isn't that correct, sir?
I don't believe so.
I don't believe so.
So it's possible that you played cards with Andrew on that Sunday night as well, isn't it? Isn't that true, sir?
No,
And you also lost a significant amount of money to Andrew on that Sunday night, or can't you recall, sir?
we didn't play Sunday.
All right. You wanted to play on Sunday though, isn't that correct?
I don't believe so.
I mean, he just took, let me just get the date straight with you, okay? So Tuesday was the 12th, Monday was the 11th, and Sunday would have been the 10th. Can we agree with that? Can you agree with me on that? All right. So you wanted to play at a minimum on that Sunday night, isn't that correct, sir?
No,
And you told police that you only contacted Andrew when you wanted to play cards, isn't that correct, sir?
I believe so.
Okay, so that's accurate, right? The only time you contacted Andrew was when you wanted to play cards. Is that, can we agree on that, sir?
That was a lie. I told the police.
Okay. So what other reasons would you contact Andrew for? If that was a lie?
If he owed me money for some of the weed he got,
What other reasons would you contact Andrew for?
signs my cards.
Yeah.
Good.
All right, so let's talk about your contacts on starting on that Sunday, the 10th, okay, sir? So we're gonna, can I use a puck, please? On the screen, please. Thank you very much. All right. So I'm going to direct you right here, sir, to January 10th, 2021. And that looks like an incoming call to Andrew Watson from Philomena James, who you've told us that that's your number, that's not your sister. Isn't that correct, sir?
Absolutely.
All right, so that is at 21:02, which is, let's see. That would be 9:02 p.m. Isn't that correct, sir?
It is.
And did you call Andrew to play cards that particular night on Sunday night, sir?
I don't know what I would call it, unless it was, you owe me some money or something.
Okay, and then the next contact that you had with him, sir, would have been about a minute later, another incoming call from you, 896-0850. Was that call to play cards with Andrew on Sunday night, sir?
No,
Okay, and we have another call here, incoming call about another minute later from Philomena James at 9:06 p.m. Isn't that correct, sir?
correct.
Okay, and then we have another incoming call from you at 21:08, 2 minutes. That's from Philomena James. Isn't that correct, sir?
12 on calls. School right here.
Excuse me. So that's 4 incoming calls to Andrew between the time of about 9:02 and 9:08. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
You wanted to talk to Andrew that night about something important, didn't you, sir?
My money's pretty important.
I mean, my money what?
It's pretty important.
Yeah, money is really important, isn't it? Money's very important to you. Isn't that correct, sir?
Somebody else, yeah.
Okay. Well, Andrew just took $11,000 from you on Thursday night. Why would Andrew be owing you money if he just took $11,000 from you on Thursday night? I don't understand.
You gotta ask him that.
Well, I can't because he was murdered inside of your car, sir. So how about you tell me, why did Andrew owe you money when he just won $11,000 from you Thursday night? Please elaborate on that.
I couldn't answer that.
So then we see 3 more calls between the 2 of you, Andrew calling you 2 times, and then you calling Andrew, or excuse me, Andrew calling you 3 more. I'm sorry, let me try that again. we see Andrew calling you back 2 times, 21:22. So between 9:02 and 9:22, you've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 contacts with Andrew on Sunday night. Isn't that correct, sir?
Right.
Okay. Can you switch to the overhead, please? And so when I look at your phone records on Sunday night, this is a call in from Bubba's 323 number. And this would be at 10:44, so about an hour after this. He sends you a text, sir, and it says, "Don't try to say I didn't keep my word because I was there, called and texted you repeatedly." Do you see that contact on Sunday night, sir?
I did not hear you.
Kept his word, he was gonna pay me.
Okay. Kept his word, he's gonna pay me, and I don't understand, sir. What would he owe you money for? He just took you for $11,000 on Thursday night. What's the money for that he owes you?
Can't ask him, right?
Sir, he owes you money. What does he owe you money for?
Oh, you talking about, cause I'm running weed.
You told us that you're trying to get money from him this night, isn't that correct?
He owed me,
He owed you money for what?
marijuana.
But you gave him marijuana according to you Tuesday night, sir. Why would you give him money for marijuana Tuesday night if he owed you money?
You gotta repeat the question.
So you really want to get in touch with Andrew because according to you, he owes you money. Isn't that correct, sir?
It's correct.
Yeah, and he's trying to keep his word and call you and text you. So you two really want to hook up with each other on Sunday night. Isn't that correct, sir?
I was trying to get my money.
Okay, because money's very important to you. Isn't that correct, sir?
It's not that important that I wouldn't let somebody borrow it. So I take a chance in losing it anyways, but yeah, I want it back if I can borrow it.
You see, sir, when you spoke to the police, you were asked about your relationship with Andrew and you never told the police any of this. Isn't that correct?
I wasn't trying to incriminate myself.
I wasn't trying to what?
Incriminate myself.
Well, sir, selling marijuana is not illegal. Why would you incriminate yourself?
It's legal. I don't think it's legal for me.
Okay, and so let me ask you this, sir. When the police asked you about your relationship with Andrew, you never told them that on Sunday night you were repeatedly trying to call him because he owed you money. You never told them that. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
That would be another place where you are lying directly to their face. You are omitting information from them. Isn't that correct, sir?
It's correct.
Okay. So I want to go on. If we could have the clock again, please. Actually, Mr. Ing, I'm sorry. Let me go with the overhead, please. So we know, sir, in this case that they did a call frequency on your call. And you just saw 11 contacts and a text message on the CDRs for the 10th. So that's 12 contacts on the 10th. And then we know in People's Exhibit 213, sir, we have, let's see, on the 11th and 12th now, we have 50 contacts between you and Andrew on his 323 number. You would agree with that, sir?
Sure.
Okay, and then let's see, we have another 1 contact on the 11th and 12th on his 239 number. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay, and then we have on the 11th and 12th, another 3 contacts between the two of you on the 11th and 12th. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
And do you know how many total contacts that is between the 10th and the 12th, sir? Do you know what that math adds up to? How about 66 total contacts that were made or attempted between you and Andrew Watson between the 10th and the 12th? Does that make sense to you, sir? Sorry?
Sure.
So in the time frame between the 10th and the 12th, when you end up seeing Andrew, you really want to see Andrew. I mean, you really want to get together for some reason. Isn't that correct, sir?
I believe 38 of those calls were on the 12th. Text messages and calls, him trying to get a ride. So that was highly unusual, but 38 of those calls were there, something like that.
So you'd agree with me, 66 calls, sir, between or contacts between the 10th and the 12th, right? That's my question.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That's a lot of calling. That's a lot of contacts, right?
It is.
It is a lot of contacts. And that's all leading up to you going to play poker at Auntie's house on the 12th at 9 o'clock. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
And in fact, sir, we saw information in this case that you were at Auntie's house and you were frustrated with Andrew because he wasn't there. Isn't that correct, sir?
I'm frustrated.
I mean, you even told him in a text message, if you want me to show it to you, you said, I'm gone, I'm out of here, right? I mean, that sounds pretty frustrated to me.
Half hour later.
I mean, 66 contacts in 3 days leading up to playing poker that night, and now he's late and you're gone. You're frustrated, you're angry. Isn't that correct, sir?
Absolutely not.
And then you're having phone conversations with him, and I can show you all the phone conversations. Let's look at them in terms of when the conversations were had in light of your text messages, okay?
You got the text messages we look at too?
Excuse me, sir. All right, so this text message here is from the 12th. And it's at 8:50 p.m. And you text him, man, I'm gone, with 2 exclamation points. Isn't that correct, sir? All right, and it's at that point in time that you're frustrated because Andrew's not at the game. Isn't that correct, sir?
Absolutely not.
In fact, you're so frustrated that you're threatening to leave at that point in time. Isn't that correct? And then around that time, sir, on Andrew's phone, we have, let's see, we have a phone call from you two at 8:49. We have phone calls attempted at 8:50. We have phone calls attempted at 8:57. We have phone calls at 8:58. We have phone calls at 9:01, and we have phone calls at 9:02. Those are all either calls or attempted calls between you two. Isn't that correct, sir? So you two really want to get together and play, and he is telling you, don't leave that location. Isn't that correct, sir?
Absolutely.
Sometimes when you and Andrew get together, you play marathon sessions. That's what you told the police. Isn't that correct?
Sure.
Yeah, in fact, sometimes when you get together, you play for up to 10, 12 hours playing cards. Isn't that what you told the police?
We played for almost 24 hours.
We played for almost 24 hours one time.
All right. So now we know you guys have been contacting each other back and forth for a period of days. And as you mentioned for us, sir, on the 12th, there's 8 contacts between the two of you trying to get together and play poker that night. That's all accurate, right, sir? I mean, you just told me that, right? Okay. So here you are, he finally gets to the house and you're going to go in and you're going to play poker that night. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
All right. And when Andrew went into the house that night, Andrew had a lot of money with him. Isn't that correct, sir?
I have no idea how much money he had.
Well, sir, you spoke to a person by the name of Latara Husband on Friday when she reported to you that Andrew was missing, and you told Latara that you knew Andrew had a lot of money with him that night. Isn't that correct, sir?
I don't believe so.
And the jury heard her testimony in this case about what your statements were to her about Andrew having a lot of money that night. Isn't that correct, sir?
I believe so.
And then you heard testimony from Andrew's other girlfriend, Christina, who said he walked out the door that night with between $10,000 and $15,000. Isn't that correct, sir? Okay, and then we have this post on Facebook, and I don't know when you saw this, sir, but it's dated January 11th, which would have been the day before you all played poker. And man, there's a lot of cash on that table. Isn't that correct, sir?
Not really.
I mean, that looks like a lot of cash to me. How much would you estimate that is, sir?
To me, that's not a lot of cash.
So that's like, are you like an investment banker or something, sir? What do you do for a living?
Hustle.
Okay, you hustle. All right.
So
Okay, so for a hustler, that's not a lot of money to you, but that's probably what, $10,000 right there, sir?
why are you gonna say yeah?
Okay, and so that money, that's probably the money that Andrew took off you on Thursday night. Is that probably correct, sir? I mean, this was posted January 11th. I'm sure that's what the money is, right?
I don't know what he did from. That's good. Yeah.
All right. So, sir, all these facts that I'm giving you, that points to the fact that Andrew had a lot of money with him when he went to play poker that night, right?
I don't know how much money he had.
And though you have been trying 38 calls that day, all those calls leading up to it, okay, marathon sessions typically, on this particular night, sir, your testimony is that you only went with $3,000 in your pocket. Isn't that correct, sir?
It would take a couple hours.
I didn't see that again.
It would take a couple hours.
Okay, sir, so despite all that necessity, Andrew owes you money and you're calling him Sunday night, and then you're trying to get together the 11th, 38 calls on the 12th. You guys get to the location that day, sir. He's got money loaded with him. You're gonna play poker, usually play marathon sessions. You, sir, bring $3,000 that night as your testimony. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
All right. And you describe it to police as something called a light night. Isn't that correct? That's what the exact words used to police, the light night?
Absolutely.
Okay, and you describe it as a something to do night. Isn't that correct, sir?
Absolutely.
So even though you've had all those contacts, you play marathon session, Andrew comes loaded for bear, he just took $11,000 off you, you're telling him, man, I'm out of here. If you don't get here, you just show up with $3,000. That doesn't make sense.
Light night.
Just a light night, huh? Now, when you play poker with Andrew, I think you described that they're $1,000 a hand, right? You got to ante up $1,000 to get into the hand. Isn't that correct?
I said some games we put a certain amount up so we know we're gonna
Tell me
at
the-
least win a certain amount.
Please tell me the exact amount of money that you and Andrew put into every single hand that you have. Like, how do you do that?
Every hand.
Well, give me an example of how you guys do it.
I mean, I can show you many guys' cards.
So when you put in money, sir, that would be like an ante? Is that kind of a word that people use to put, you got to be to get into the game?
Well, ante is big line, small line. We didn't play that.
It's big what?
Like someone would be the big line or small line. So we just get a hand and we bet we won that.
All right, so while I'm not a gambler, I think what you described for police, and again, you described here today, is that you put as much as $500 or $1,000 into a pot to play in the hand. Isn't that correct, sir?
I could be $1. I felt like my hand was big.
So let me get to the chase, sir. On the night of January 12th, 2021, what kind of antes and hands were you playing? How much did it cost to buy into a hand?
Well, when he called me to play that night, he said he only had a couple dollars he wanted to play with. So
Really, sir? That's the first time we've ever heard that from you, because when you spoke to the police and you told us here, you had no idea. I thought you said how much money Andrew had with him, right? Is that what you told us?
I don't know how much money he had.
Well, just now you told us that he called you earlier and said he only had a couple dollars to play. So that's inconsistent with your prior answers, sir. Are you changing your answers?
Absolutely not. Couple dollars to me is a couple $1,000. And we didn't plan on playing long, so.
Well, that doesn't make sense, sir, because you're very hot to play. You're calling each other 38 times that day trying to arrange the game, and you don't want to leave, and you're trying to get a place to play. That doesn't make any sense, does it, sir?
If we read the Texas, I didn't care about that. I think I told you twice in the messages, nephew, better luck tomorrow. We'll try it again tomorrow.
So are you a person who, you're a person who carries a lot of cash on you sometimes. Isn't that correct, sir?
If I'm going to play a game that requires a large amount of money, or I'm going to make a large purchase. Absolutely.
Like if you're going to play a game like a marathon 12-hour poker session, isn't that correct? You're going to bring how much money with you typically?
I don't know how long the game is going to last.
Well, you said they are marathon games and you and Andrew really wanted to play together, correct? So how much money would you typically bring to play with Andrew?
I never said me and Andrew really wanted to play together. Who said that?
How much did you play on the night? How much did you bring to play on the night you lost $11,000 the Thursday before? How much did you bring that game?
I believe it was at Omni House, so I had a bunch of money there.
How much?
Probably 100,000.
$100,000 in cash, sir?
Absolutely.
All right. And then when you lost $8,000 to Andrew on the Monday before, how much did you bring to that game, sir?
Probably 20.
So, sir, I'm lost on the fact that you're a person who can put their hands on $100,000 or $20,000 cash at any time. Why would you show up this night with $3,000 in cash? That makes no sense.
It's a light night.
And sir, with respect to your cash, do you have, I think you told us that you have a place that you store money, isn't that correct, sir?
Could you repeat your question?
Yeah, I think you told us on direct examination that you have a house that you store money at. Isn't that correct?
And my sister, I said I had money at my sister's house.
I think you
My
said,
house.
pardon me, sir, I think what your testimony was to this jury was that you leave your money at the Beaujardin address, isn't that correct, sir?
It's my sister's house.
But the address that you gave to police when you were first interviewed, correct? Correct?
Right.
Okay, so how much money did you have in your sister's house on Beaujardin? How much cash did you have on the night of January 12th and 13th of 2021, sir?
$80,000.
$80,000. How much money did you have at Vincent Court?
About 100,000.
If you had $100,000 at Vincent Court, sir, why would you, as you described in this jury, have to call your sister to have her bring you some money when you were over at Vincent Court that night? That doesn't make any sense.
That money was for something else.
You needed some money to play additional cards that night when you got back to Omni's. Is that what your testimony was?
No,
You told us that you called your sister Philomena to bring you money from the Beaujardin address because that's where you stored your money. Wasn't that your testimony, sir?
absolutely.
And
I had money on me from when I sold Andrew weed.
I had money on me, but
When I sold the weed,
all right, sir. So if you needed money, a place where you might go is the Beaujardin address to get money. Isn't that correct, sir?
no, I have it written down.
If you needed money, sir, where you would go is the Beaujardin address, which was your actual address in January of 2021. Isn't that correct, sir?
It wasn't my address.
Well, sir, you certainly sound like you had a lot of money at that address, at the Beaujardin address, that if you needed for gambling or otherwise, you could get at that address. Isn't that correct, sir?
Absolutely.
All right, now I want to talk about some of the statements that you made, sir, to the police. You told police, let me ask you this way. You purchased, sir, a 2011 gold GMC Yukon from Dice Auto Sales in November of 2020. Isn't that correct, sir? And this is the bill of sale for that we saw admitted into evidence in this case. Purchase was November 14th of 2020. Is that correct, sir? Okay, and you paid $10,500 cash for that. Isn't that correct, sir? All right, and that is titled in Philomena James's name. Is that correct? That's your sister?
That's correct.
But that's not Philomena James's car. That's your car. Isn't that correct, sir?
That's correct.
All right, so police asked you some questions about that car in the interview. And what you told the police in that interview, and again, this is a pretty basic question. They asked you that 2011 Yukon vehicle was your car, and you said, it's not your car, it's your sister's car. That's what you told the police, correct?
It was another bold-faced lie I told.
Okay, so that was, you looked right in police's face and you told them a bald-faced lie about something very simple, like who's the owner of your car? Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and the detective asked you, I think, a very open-ended question. How often do you drive that car? And your answer was sometimes. Do you recall that answer, sir? And that was a lie to the detectives. Isn't that correct, sir?
It was.
All right, and that was in fact your primary vehicle, correct?
It was.
That was your truck. Isn't that correct, sir?
Right.
And we saw you driving it on video at the time of a traffic stop on the 28th of January. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
And when it was taken by the CSI officers, it was over on Vincent Court near your girlfriend Omni's house. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yeah, I told the police it was over there.
Okay, but that's where it was, correct?
Correct.
All right, that's your car, so I'm not going to beat this anymore. That's your car, it's nobody else's car. You paid cash for it, your car, all correct? All right. Now, on the night that you were gambling with Andrew at Auntie's house, he did not have a car with him, is that correct? He was dropped off by someone you described as an Amazon girl who we know to be Alyssa Ryan, is that correct? Right. And he had asked you for a ride earlier that night, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you had agreed to give him a ride, isn't that correct, sir?
Earlier that night?
Earlier that night, yes.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
All right. And you had your car over at Auntie's house that night at 1904 Georgetown, correct?
Correct.
And that was the 2011 GMC Yukon that we just talked about, correct? Correct? Is that correct?
I'm trying to stop over you.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're doing fine. Thank you.
Correct.
Okay. And then you left Auntie's house that night at some point in time. Is that correct, sir?
I did.
All right. Now, when you were interviewed January 29th, 2021, the purpose of that interview, sir, was to find out where your friend, who we know is a family connection to you, Andrew Watson, was located. I mean, that was the purpose of that interview. Would you agree with me, sir?
I agree.
All right. And what you told the police that night was that you left Georgetown alone. Isn't that correct?
There's another line.
You told the police that when you left, Andrew stayed behind. Isn't that correct, sir?
There's another line. So
You told police, you looked right in their face, and you said he did not get into your car. No, never, I think was the words that you said. Isn't that correct, sir?
I was speaking, yeah, I was lying, saying that he never been in none of my cars at all, ever. I was lying.
And you told police you didn't give him a ride that night, and that's a lie. Isn't that correct, sir?
It was.
And you told police that you never saw him in possession of a bag of money of that night. Isn't that correct, sir?
I never seen him with a bag of money.
Now, of course, you're telling us that that statement on January 29th, 2021, that was a lie that you made to the police. Isn't that accurate, sir? That was a lie, right?
Yes.
Okay. You know, Mr. James, that's a very specific lie though, isn't it? What I mean by that, sir, is you could have said to the detectives, Andrew got in my car and I dropped him over at some house on Cavanaugh Street. You could have chosen that to be your lie, correct? I mean, you're picking lies, you can say anything you want, right?
Well, I was trying to distance myself from the whole situation. That was the whole point of it. So.
Yeah, so what you did, sir, was not only try to distance yourself from this situation, you wanted to keep Andrew Watson out of your car in the police's mind. Isn't that correct, sir?
I really didn't want to give him a ride at all.
That's not my
Pick him
position.
up or give him a ride, so I want to keep him on my car, period.
When you lied to the police, sir, the reason that you didn't come up with another lie, like I dropped Andrew off at McDonald's or I took Andrew to the Fenner Nature Center or whatever, the reason you picked this specific lie is because you didn't want the police to know that Andrew had been in your car on the night of January 12th and 13th. Isn't that correct, sir?
Okay,
listen, sir. Question's easy. The reason you lied to the police about Andrew leaving Georgetown with you, okay, was because you wanted the police not to think he was ever in your car that night. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you, sir, wanted to keep the police from checking inside of your car, correct, sir?
Correct.
And you wanted to keep police from finding any blood or other evidence that could be in your car. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
And when you talk to police about not knowing how much Andrew had, I mean, you've already admitted lying time and time again to them. Isn't that correct?
Absolutely.
And you're also lying about the fact that you didn't know how much money Andrew had with him that night. Isn't that correct, sir?
I didn't count his money.
And the reason you didn't tell the police that he had probably close to $15,000-$20,000 is that you didn't want the police to know that he had that much money that night. Isn't that correct, sir?
I had no clue how much money he had.
And you did not want the police to know, sir, that not only was Andrew missing, but all of that money was missing with him. You didn't want the police to know that, did you, sir?
No.
So you also told the police, sir, that you left Georgetown that night and you went specifically from Georgetown to Beaujardin. Do you remember telling the police that?
I didn't.
And are you saying today that that's a lie, sir?
I am.
All right, so you told them what your exact route of travel was when you spoke to them that night. Isn't that correct, sir?
I did.
You told them that you went on Miller and on to Jolly and into the Beaujardin complex. Isn't that correct, sir?
I did.
And you said only after going to Beaujardin did you go over to Omni's house. Isn't that correct as to what you told the police, sir?
is,
These are very specific lies, aren't they, sir?
it is.
You had your choice to give any lie that you wanted to police if you chose to lie that day. Isn't that right, sir?
Absolutely.
You could have told the police that you drove to Eaton Rapids and then drove over to Omni's house. You didn't have to say you drove over to Beaujardin, did you, sir?
I didn't.
And what you were trying to do, sir, is you were trying to throw the police off what your path of travel was that night. Isn't that correct, sir?
I didn't want them to know about the real road address.
You didn't want, we're going to get to that. You didn't want police to know where you actually were that night. Isn't that correct, sir?
Where I actually lived.
You didn't want police to know what your actual route of travel was that night, so you made up a route of travel. Isn't that correct, sir?
I just gave him the route of travel I would have took to my sister's house.
Say that again.
I just gave him the route of travel I would have took to my sister's house, but I didn't want to know where I lived.
Respectfully, sir, that's not true. You told the police what your exact route of travel is. You lied about that to throw them off where you actually were that night. Isn't that correct, sir?
No,
Sir, you were asked by the police about a cut in the back carpet. Isn't that correct, sir?
correct.
And you told the police that the car came that way. Isn't that correct, sir?
I didn't tell him the truth, Dominic, when I told him that it wasn't the truth.
Well, your answer was it came like that. Okay, sir, if the video bears that out, would you agree with me that's what you said?
That's what the video says, yeah.
And that would have been another bald-faced lie that you told the police that night. Isn't that correct, sir?
Nothing wrong with it.
And that's a very specific lie, isn't it, sir? It's a very purposeful lie, correct? You didn't want the police to know that you had altered the condition of the interior of that vehicle. Isn't that correct, sir?
It's correct.
And so that was not done by the detailers, that was done by you. Isn't that correct, sir?
I never said that.
Right, and so that was an attempt by you when you cut that carpet to cover up evidence of Andrew's murder inside that car. Isn't that correct, sir?
I was just curious to see how much blood leaked down here.
But sir, when you cut the carpet out and then you lied about it, that was a very specific attempt on your part to lie to the police to cover up Andrew's murder. Isn't that correct, sir?
Sure, yeah.
All right, so sir, they asked you point blank, has the car ever been detailed? Do you recall that, please?
I do.
Okay, and you chose to tell the police that the car had never been detailed. Isn't that correct, sir?
It's correct.
And in fact, sir, the car had been detailed 2 times within 36 hours of Andrew's disappearance. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
Now, that was a very specific, purposeful lie on your part, wasn't it, sir?
It was.
You could have told the police, yeah, my car got detailed. Who cares if my car got detailed? But you chose to lie to them about the car being detailed. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yeah, I knew I was gonna look at it. I got it detailed twice.
Yeah.
But it was spray paint. It was coincidental.
Okay, that's not the question, sir. The question is you lied to the police about doing something that cleaned items out of that car. Isn't that correct, sir? And you chose to do that, right?
I did.
Because you didn't want the police to know that not only had you cut carpet out of the car, but that you had gotten it cleaned within 36 hours, 2 times after Andrew disappeared. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
You didn't want them to know any of that information, sir. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You wanted to make it look like you were just a witness who parted ways with Andrew and hadn't seen him after that. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
And what you were hoping, sir, is that you would walk away and they would believe the lies that you told them. Isn't that correct, sir?
I was hoping they would look at my son and those names that I gave.
Sir, I'm not
Look
talking.
at my son, what?
My son and the names that I gave him.
Oh, no, you're jumping ahead, sir. We're not talking about when you gave your son's names. I'm talking about the first interview you gave on the 29th, okay? We're not talking about that. Okay, we're talking about the 29th.
Okay.
All right, so you were hoping that they were gonna let you walk out of there as just a witness and not have any connection of Andrew to your car the night he disappeared. Isn't that correct, sir? That was your plan.
Sure.
That was very purposeful on your part to hide any connection between the inside of your car and Andrew that night, correct?
Correct.
So let me summarize the lies that you made, sir. You lied according to you about where you lived to the police, correct?
Right.
Because if they knew you lived at Rio Road, sir, they could have gone that night and looked at Rio Road. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay, and you lied about owning the car. Isn't that correct? You said it was your sister's car, but that was a lie. You didn't want them to know about your car, correct?
Right,
You lied about driving Andrew from Georgetown because you didn't want to put Andrew in your car that night. Isn't that correct, sir?
right,
You lied about where your path of travel was after you left Georgetown that night. Isn't that correct?
right,
You lied about cutting the carpet out of the vehicle. Isn't that correct, sir?
correct.
And you lied about getting the car detailed. Isn't that correct, sir?
So all those lies.
Because all of those lies, all of those facts directly connect you and your car to Andrew's murder. Isn't that correct, sir? Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So what you were doing, sir, was covering up evidence against you. Isn't that correct, sir?
I was covering up what they did that led to evidence against me that made me look guilty.
Sir, let me ask you this. When you made those lies, when you gave all those lies, sir, 17 days after your friend Andrew disappeared, CSI officers had not gone through your car yet. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct,
CSI officers had not found blood inside your car. Isn't that correct, sir?
correct,
CSI officers had not found bullet damage inside of your car in the passenger side area. Isn't that correct, sir?
absolutely.
And speaking of bullet damage, sir, you agree that there is in fact bullet damage inside of your vehicle in the location of the passenger side door. You agree that's bullet damage, don't you, sir?
No, I don't know what it is.
Okay, well, you agree, sir, that Andrew was shot inside of your car, isn't that correct?
I agree.
And you agree that a gunshot wound was the cause of Andrew's death inside your car, correct?
What I was told,
And agree that he was in the front passenger seat when that was committed, isn't that correct, sir?
from what I was told.
So you would agree that what I'm showing you on the screen here, that's the bullet that hit Andrew in his head and went into the side, isn't that correct, sir?
Yeah, you tell me where you got shot at.
And you agree with me, sir, that this was tested by crime scene investigators, as you've heard in this particular case yet, isn't that correct, sir?
That's correct.
And at the time you made those lies during your first interview on January 29th, sir, police had not found Andrew's phones yet, isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
And police had not found those phones about a quarter mile from your sister's or your residence on Beaujardin, correct?
My sister's residence.
Okay. The sister's residence that you told police was your residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Police had not gotten call detail records on your phone and Andrew's phone and on the time that they interviewed that first time, isn't that correct?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, you heard evidence, sir, that they got those things much after your January 28th interview. Isn't that correct, sir?
Are you asking what I know now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, correct.
All right. So, sir, now you've been charged with murder in this case. Isn't that accurate?
Right.
You were charged in August of 2022. Isn't that correct, sir?
That's correct.
And you've had an opportunity since that first statement where you lied over and over and over and over and over again. Now you've had an opportunity to look at all the evidence in this case. Isn't that correct, sir?
I knew all the evidence when my son told me.
Okay, excuse me, sir. Now you've had it. That's not an answer to my question. So you answer my questions, okay? And he can follow up, all right? When you made those statements to police on January 29th of 2021, sir, during that first interview, you did not know about all the evidence that the police have against you. Isn't that correct, sir?
I did. My son and them told me what happened.
Okay, I'm going to try it again, sir. You did not know about all of the crime scene investigator evidence, the phone evidence, all of the evidence you've heard in this trial. You did not know about that when you made those first statements on January 29th, sir. Yes or no?
No.
Okay. But now, sir, in this 5-year period that you've had, or actually 3 years since you've been charged, almost 4 years, you have had the benefit of seeing all the evidence in this case. Isn't that correct, sir?
I knew my route of travel. I lied about the railway. So I knew that the evidence would show where I went.
Sir, that doesn't answer the question.
The question is this, please. Now, okay, 5 years later, you know about all the evidence that the police have found in this investigation. Isn't that correct, sir?
Sure.
And in fact, during the pendency of this case, we shared all of that information with your lawyers who shared it with you. Isn't that correct, sir?
I mean, as far as what evidence though, I mean, like the phone records, I mean, I didn't know, I didn't see the phone records. But I knew all the evidence because my son and them told me what happened.
Sir, you are fighting me on something and are not answering my questions. My question to you is, in the 5 years between when this happened and as you're sitting here today, You've seen all of the prosecution's evidence against you, yes or no?
Yes,
Okay. And you've been sitting here the whole time in this trial and watching how all the evidence comes in against you in this case. Isn't that correct, sir?
yes,
All right. And so now, sir, for the first time publicly, after knowing what all the evidence is against you and hearing it all come in, you are now telling this story to the jury to explain away all of the evidence in this case. Isn't that correct, sir?
I told my lawyers this story.
Objection, that's privilege.
Well, I didn't ask the question, so the record's clear, okay? So let me try the question again, sir. What you are doing now is you are coming in and telling this version of events to explain away the mountain of evidence that is against you in this case. Isn't that correct, sir?
I told my lawyers all this information.
Objection, that's privilege.
Sir, your attorney's objecting, you can waive privilege, that will take something, a different conversation. But you need to answer counsel's question. Repeat it once more, counsel.
Isn't it true, sir, that now, after seeing all of the prosecution's evidence against you, you are coming in and telling a story that tries to fit all or explain away all of the evidence against you? Isn't that correct, sir?
I would have to disagree.
I want to talk about the timeline of events, please, in this case, because that is very important to me. Sir, you told us that you, or your story now is that you left Georgetown with Andrew that night. Isn't that correct, sir? And your story now is that you drove with Andrew directly over to your Rio Road home. Isn't that correct, sir? And that you went into the house to grab some marijuana for Andrew. Isn't that correct, sir? And I think you said you also had $100,000 in cash stored over at Rio Road, or how much did you have over at Rio Road?
Nothing.
The 100,000 that was over at Vincent Court?
Yes,
Okay. All right. So your testimony is that you went inside, got the marijuana and brought it out to Andrew, who remained in the front passenger seat of the car. Is that correct, sir?
that's correct.
And you said that Andrew was on the phone when you told him that your son and Sticka were going to be driving him somewhere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And so we have the last recorded phone calls from Mr. Watson's phone that night in that area. Basically, the last time we see a communication would be somewhere around 11:52 p.m. or 11:55 p.m., depending on what tower he was bouncing off. So that would be consistent with about the time frame that you told Andrew allegedly that your son was going to drive him somewhere. Is that correct?
I put it down to the last.
All right. All right, so on this tower, and we have this identified here as Rio Road and Vincent Court, and the examiner said that's consistent with that area. And so what we see here, last phone call is 11:52 p.m. from that area. Isn't that correct, sir?
The last phone call?
Yeah,
Yeah, correct.
okay. And if you look over here.
Well, it says voicemail, we have recorded it, right?
So 11:55, okay, for the last voicemail, is that correct? So let's look at the last voice call, because you said what, Andrew was on the phone, is that your testimony?
Correct.
All right, so we have a last voice call at 11:49 p.m. Would you agree with that, sir?
Sure.
All right, so would you agree that that's the approximate time that what you allege happened, where you gave Andrew the money and your son took the car, that's the earliest that could have happened, is that right?
11:45.
11:49. Sound right?
The earliest is 11:45.
All right, so somewhere around 11:45 to 11:49, is that correct? Would you agree? That sounds about right. I mean, I wasn't there, you were there. What time was it?
Right here.
All right, so about 11:45 or 11:49, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then your testimony, sir, is that you go over to the house where Omni is, isn't that correct? Is that
I
correct?
go in my house first before I go over there.
Okay, you go in your house,
I go into my house first.
all right, and
Back
then
into my house.
you said you did some cleaning inside your house? Is that what you told us?
That's correct.
Okay, and then at some point in time, you went to Omni's house, is that correct, sir?
Yes,
And you told us that you engaged in some gambling with someone by the name of Toto over at Omni's house, is that accurate, sir?
that's correct.
All right. And was that gambling for money, sir?
That's
All right, so again, I'm curious, sir, you and Andrew have been contacting each other back and forth all day, all day. You only go to the house with $3,000 and then you have a short game with Andrew, is that correct? That's your testimony?
correct.
Only to go back to your house and then start gambling with Toto at sometime after you got there that night? Is that your testimony?
I told my girl I was gonna be back early because her sister was having a baby.
Okay,
So
all right,
that was the whole reason why we only played, just to have something to do that night.
gotcha. And then I think you told us exactly, sir, that the Yukon with your son in it came back at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's the testimony that you gave on direct examination. Isn't that correct, sir?
No, I
Sir,
don't know what time. I said around maybe 2:30. I don't know the exact time.
your testimony on direct, sir, so you can bet I'm taking notes. Your testimony in this case is 2 o'clock a.m. that the car came back, the Yukon, to Omni's house that night. Is that
No,
correct?
I don't know. I don't know what I said. If you can show me, I won't disagree with it.
Well, sir, you're the one who said you were there. So what time did the Yukon come back that night in jury?
Said I wasn't sure. 2:30, 3 o'clock maybe. I can't lock it into a specific time. But you said you're taking notes. I mean, you can see what, that's what I said.
All right, so if you said 2 o'clock on direct, are you changing that now or is it 2 o'clock?
Whatever time I said I would agree with you. I don't believe it was 2, or I said the exact time. I said between 2:30, 3 o'clock. Something like that. I don't know.
Why don't we split the difference and say 2:30? How's that? Does that sound about right?
Whatever I said is right. I guess
All right. So if whatever you said on direct is right, 2 o'clock in the AM, correct?
That's what I said.
Okay. And then you said about half hour after that is when your son told you that they had gotten to some sort of altercation with some ops, and there was some blood in the car at that point in time. Is that your testimony to this jury? Is that correct, sir?
Half hour after what?
You said half an hour after the Yukon got home. That's what time he answered or told you that he had gotten to an altercation with some ops. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. So, sir, you know, you paid 10.5 for that car. Of course, you went outside immediately and took a look inside the car. Isn't that correct?
No,
Wasn't important enough for you to go look in the back of the car that night, sir?
no.
Okay. So let's talk about what you described happened. You talked about this sticka conversation that you had, and we're going to get to that. But you can agree with me that they took that car somewhat time around 11:45 p.m. on the night of the 12th. Is that correct, sir? Okay. And we can agree that that car got back to your residence about 2 o'clock in the morning. Is that correct, sir? Okay. So during that period of time, sir, the events that you said happened were as follows. They drove Andrew away from that location. They drove him to the store. They went into the store. They bought liquor. Is that all correct from the story you were told, sir?
I don't know what they bought.
Okay, well, they went into a grocery store. Isn't that correct?
I don't know what store.
I understand you not telling me that, sir, but I want to know, is that what was described to you? They went to a store? That's what you just told us?
Yeah, they went to a store.
Okay, so again, I'm trying to figure out what happened in that time frame between 11:45 and 2:30, okay? They drove away, correct?
Correct.
They went to the store, correct?
Correct.
Sticka realizes that Andrew is moneybags, correct?
Correct.
Sticka assaults Andrew by pistol whipping, isn't that correct?
You seen them, people had a large amount of money in the store.
So he pulled out a lot of money in the store, so Andrew did have a large amount of money on him that night, isn't that correct?
So Sticker said,
Okay, and then they got back into the car, and it was at that point in time that Sticka pistol whipped him, isn't that correct? And it was at that point in time that the gun went off, is that correct? And then it was at that point in time that they drove around and Andrew died during the drive. Isn't that correct, sir?
I don't know when he died.
All right. And then they drove over to Leek's house. Isn't that correct?
No,
Okay. Where did they drive next?
they went to my son's, he lives in Trappers Grove, next to Jordan.
What's your son's name?
Hakeem Speed, we call him King.
So they went over to Hakeem Speed's house. They got over. Did they go inside Hakeem Speed's house or was he not home?
Said he knocked on the door, but he didn't answer.
All right. So shot Andrew, drove around, drove over to Hakeem's at Trappers Cove, knocked on the door. He wasn't home. Is that all correct?
Correct.
That's when they called Leek. Isn't that correct? I'm sorry?
So they told him.
Right. And then Leek, wherever he was, had to go over there and get them. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Then they had to get into Leek's car. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And then they had to drive in Leek's car all the way back to Rio Road. Isn't that correct, sir?
That's correct.
And when they got into Rio Road, then they had to Google how to get rid of a body and how to clean up bodily fluids that were inside of a car. Isn't that correct?
So they told him.
Because you would imagine, sir, if Andrew Watson was shot in the head, that would have been a horrendous mess inside of that car. Isn't that correct, sir?
I've never seen anyone shot in the head.
Sure.
So I don't know.
But I mean, you would agree with me, sir, if someone gets shot in the head, given the amount of blood that was in your car after 2 detailings, that car was a bloody mess. Isn't that correct, sir?
I never seen how much blood was in there.
And if the bullet came out one side of his head, sir, there probably would have been bodily fluid on the doors like brain matter or blood or bone, things like that. That would have been an ungodly mess inside of that car. Isn't that correct, sir?
I have no idea.
Okay, well, sir, realistically, I mean, it's not an unreasonable inference if someone is murdered by being shot at close range in the head, that there would be a tremendous amount of biological fluid in that car. Isn't that correct, sir?
I would imagine, but I couldn't say for certain.
Sure, especially if that person was left inside of that car for a long period of time, from the time when they shot him and then drove over to Trappers Cove and then waited for Leek to come and then waited to get back into the car while all that bodily fluid is rushing out of his body. That would have been a big mess. Isn't that correct, sir?
And that's when I came to the conclusion, that's when I wanted to see how much blood was under that car. That's what I
Right.
read.
Okay, and so then, sir, then they get back to the house and the car's still over at Trappers Cove. Isn't that correct, according to your story?
To their story.
Okay, to the story that you're telling this jury here today, correct? Right, and Andrew's dead body is still inside that car. Is that what you're telling us, sir?
Correct.
And then they get back to the house and they Google these things, sit on their computer or their phones and they Google how to get rid of a body, how to do that. And then they gather up some cleaning supplies at that point in time. Isn't that correct, sir?
It's correct.
And then they drive back over to Trappers Cove from Rio, which is what, about 7 miles away, you would agree, sir? And then they take Andrew's body, correct? And then they put that body in a dumpster. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
And they just lay it in a dumpster and it's never found by Granger and it's never found by people and no residents see it and it's never been recovered for 5 years. Is that your testimony here, sir? Okay, and then after that, they get the great idea to spray the rug with spray paint, right? That's Leek's idea, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then where do they take the car back to your house and then they have to clean the inside of this car because as you and I can agree, it's an ungodly mess in there. They have to clean it at that point in time, correct, sir?
They told me they claimed it there.
In Trappers Cove, like in the parking lot while residents are coming in, they're scrubbing the blood off the windows, that sort of thing, or what?
I don't know who's coming in out, but that's what they told me.
So they cleaned it inside of the parking structure or the parking lot area of Trappers Cove, correct? That's what your testimony is, they told you?
Yes.
And then they dumped the body, correct? And then they drove back to your house on Rio, correct?
Well, Willie told me that when he was leaving out, he threw a bag of phones up.
That's not my question. They drove back to the house on Rio, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And then they got the idea to spray paint and they spray painted over at Rio, correct?
No,
Where did they do the spray paint according to your story, sir?
they didn't. Well, I can't say where they did that. Willie drove one car
Say
back by
what?
himself.
I can't say where they
Where they spray painted
spray
that.
paint.
But they spray painted, they took the time to spray paint inside the car, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And then they got the car back to Vincent Court, isn't that correct, sir?
Willie did.
Okay, and this person that they did this to, that we're talking about, this is the person that you've had 60+ phone contacts with in the last 3 days, isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
That's the person that you call nephew and he calls uncle, that's first cousins to your children, isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
So he gets in the house that night, okay, and he comes in the house And as we can agree, it's 2 to 2:30 in the morning. Isn't that correct, sir? You told us that, right?
Between 2 and 3.
And when you go out the next morning, sir, all you can see inside of the car is that there's spray paint inside the car. Isn't that correct, sir? That's your testimony?
That's it.
Okay. So your testimony, sir, is that they were able to, at 11:45, get in that car, drive to a store, go into the store, see the large amount of cash, drive, shoot Andrew in the head, drive over to Trapper's Cove, look for your friend, for your son. He's not there. They're able to leave the body there. They were able to drive back to Rio. They were able to Google how to get rid of a body, gather cleaning supplies, drive back over to Trapper's Cove, throw the body into a dumpster, clean it head to toe, ungodly mess, spray paint it, drive it back. They did all that in 2 hours. That's your testimony, sir, correct? That's your testimony here in front of this jury 5 years after Andrew Watson disappeared. Is that accurate, sir?
3.5 hours or something.
No, sir.
3 hours.
Sounds to me like 2 hours based upon your testimony, correct, sir?
I said between 2 and 3. It could have been 4 in the morning. I'm saying 2 and 3.
So-
25 to 3 is
So, sir,
longer
this
than
is,
2 hours.
respectfully, sir, this is an important event, okay? You can't tell me that it's 2 or 2:30 or 3 or could have been 4:30 in the morning, okay? You told us on direct, when your attorney questioned you, you had your opportunity to talk, you said 2 o'clock in the morning. Isn't that correct, sir?
I don't know.
Okay.
I couldn't give a precise time, so.
All of that was done in that block of time, sir. Isn't that correct, according to your testimony?
All I know is that they did what they told me.
Sir,
they
here's
did,
my question.
What the time frame was.
All of that was done according to your testimony in that block of time, correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay, now. What time did you get done according to your testimony? What time did you get in bed that night?
Never said what time I went to bed.
I don't know, I wasn't there. What time did you go to bed? How many time you went
I
to
have
bed?
no idea.
No, can you ask me what time you went to bed? You go to bed at 3:30, 4:30. What time did you go to bed?
No, I can't estimate.
Okay, did you go to bed at 5 o'clock in the morning?
I don't know.
Did you go to sleep that night? I mean, you sleep, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Sometimes.
All right, so Omni, we know from the phone records, calls the detail the first time at 8:12 a.m., okay? What time did you go to sleep, and then what time did you see the spray paint inside of your vehicle?
I have no idea what time I went to sleep. It's in the spray paint in the morning when I got up.
All right, well, sometime before 8:12, because that's when Omni calls spotless detail, we saw from the phone records, correct?
Correct.
So between the time of you getting up and going to see that, whatever time you went to bed, you were sleeping that whole time. Is that a fair statement, sir? Get some sleep that night? Is that your statement? Is that your testimony?
No, I didn't say that. You said that.
Well, I wasn't there. You tell me what you did. I mean, this is a big night. This is the night you found out that your son and his friend butchered your friend inside of your car. I want to know what happened between, let's say, 4 and 8 o'clock. What'd you do?
Well, actually, that's not the night. That night they told me that they got into it with the ops. And that didn't mean nothing to me because they gangbangers and they fight all the time, so. It's not to me.
So let me ask you this, sir. What time, I want to know what you did between 4 and 8. I just need to know. What'd you do?
I don't know.
You had to be doing something. It was an important night. I mean, now looking
I
back
mean,
on
I
it.
could have been pumping on my girl. I don't know. I don't know what I was doing. I have no clue.
All right, respectfully, I understand that, sir, but you see, this is the night that you found out they
It's
murdered, excuse me, sir.
It's not. I didn't find out till after Tara told me, after like 7 days after.
Respectfully, sir. There came a time, according to your testimony, that you found out
Absolutely.
that they weren't in a fight with ops, and in reality, they had shot your friend Andrew inside the car, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, it's a pretty important night, right? In retrospect, it's a pretty important night to you, right?
No,
Okay. Well, what happened between 4 and 8? You could have been sleeping, you could have been having sexual relationship with your girlfriend. What happened
between 4 and 8,
between 4 and 8?
the night that my son told me that he got into it with the ops.
Yeah, what happened? I just want to know what you did between 4 and 8 until you went out and saw the stuff in the car.
I have no clue.
Don't remember. Okay. Now, your testimony, sir, is that you can't remember what you did during that period of time, correct? Can I have the overhead, please? For the puck, please. December. All right, sir. Well, I'm looking at your phone records here. And on Andrew's phone records, on his 323 phone number at 6:34 in the morning, there's a phone call from your phone to Andrew's phone at 6:34 in the morning. Look real close. It says Philomena James, see, January 13th, 6:34 a.m., incoming 896-0850. See that? Hey, what's that called? No idea, huh? So you were asleep or having sex with your girlfriend. I see a call to Andrew's telephone at that time, sir. Well, why?
It's 0 seconds. I don't know why, I have no clue.
I mean,
Tell you, I have no clue.
it seems funny, but it's really not funny because this is the night that he got murdered in your car. So I'd like to know why you were calling him at 6:34 in the morning, please.
I don't know why they call on there.
You do, however, sir, text him. Later that afternoon at about noon, you sent him 3 texts, and then I think you call him on his 239 number. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
And in fact, sir, when you talked to the detectives, you told them, yeah, I texted him the next afternoon. Isn't that correct, sir? You told the detectives that. And you see, sir, you bald-faced lied about everything to the detectives except that. Isn't that correct, sir?
A lot of things I don't lie about.
Okay,
I didn't hear you.
I don't lie about a lot of things.
you lied about your car, you lied about where you lived, lied about Andrew leaving with you, you lied about where you went, you lied about your direction, you lied about everything important, sir. The only thing you didn't lie about was those text messages that you said, right? You told the police you sent those messages, right?
I don't lie about a lot of things.
Okay, the question is, you didn't lie about the text messages to them, isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
And because you wanted them to find those text messages, isn't that correct, sir?
Text them to placards.
The question is, you wanted, unlike you not wanting them to look in your car, you wanted them to see the text messages. That's why you were truthful about it, correct, sir?
No.
Because if you were texting Andrew the next day 3 times, that would make it look like you didn't know he was dead. Isn't that correct, sir? That's an alibi for yourself. Isn't that accurate, sir? That's why you sent those text messages.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Explain to me the 634 call, please.
I can't.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about this progression about when you found out this story from your son and Sticko allegedly. So you texted Andrew on the 12th, or excuse me, the 13th, as you just described, and you sent him those 3 text messages. Is that correct?
It's correct.
And we know, I'm not going to be the dead horse. We know there's been, I guess if you went from the 10th to the 13th, that's 69 contacts between you and Andrew on the phone, right? Or 70 contacts on the phone. Is that correct, sir?
Sure.
Okay. And then on the 13th, you never text him again, correct? Or call him?
I did.
Excuse me, after the ones we just talked about, you never called him or texted him after that, correct?
Correct.
On the 14th, you never called or texted him, correct?
Correct.
On the 15th, you never called or texted him, correct?
Correct.
On the 16th, when you found out he was missing, you never called or texted him, isn't that correct, sir?
It's correct.
On the 17th, you never called or texted him, isn't that correct, sir?
Right.
Okay. Now, I want to talk a little bit about how you found out, please. You told us that you were advised of this by Latara Latara husband on January the 16th, which would have been Saturday. Is that accurate, sir? And according to your testimony under oath here today, sir, you did not know that Andrew had been murdered in your car at the time that Latara contacted you. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
You didn't know, according to your testimony, until what, the next day? When you went over to your son's house and he allegedly told you this? That's the next time, that's when you found out allegedly? Was it the next day that you found out, or a couple of days? That's important to me. Was it, excuse me, was it Sunday the 17th, or was it Monday the 18th? Or was it Tuesday the 19th? What dates were it?
Sunday, I mean Saturday.
Okay,
Rick told me
on,
next day, Sunday.
and then,
And
What?
that day,
on the 17th is when you found out. Is that your testimony? Okay. So when Tara talked to you, sir, you had no, according to you, you had no reason to believe anything was wrong with Andrew. Is that right?
16?
Yeah, when Tara talked to you, you had no reason to believe anything was wrong. You've told us that, right? Okay. Well, what you told Tara, sir, was that, let me just get to the right spot, please. All right, you told Tara on the 16th that after you and Andrew played cards, he left and victim Andrew stayed at Auntie's house. That's what you told him. That's what you told Tara. And that's a lie, right? And you don't know anything's happened to Andrew at that time, according to you. Isn't that correct, sir? All right, but you're lying to Tara. If your story here on the stand is accurate, you're lying to Tara at that point in time.
I got my days mixed up.
No, sir. Excuse me, sir. I think you got something mixed up. It's not your days. So let me ask you this. You had no reason to lie to Latara husband when you found out that Andrew was missing. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay. According to your testimony, you had no reason to lie to her. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay, but in reality, you did lie to her and you told her that you didn't leave with Andrew. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
And you wanted to keep Andrew out of your car. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
And you didn't want Tara to know that Andrew had been in your car. Isn't that correct, sir?
That's not true. Correct.
If you wanted to lie, why not just tell Tara I dropped him off on Rio that night? Why do you have to lie?
I got my days mixed up, Sean. It's like I don't know how you call them.
Oh, you got your days mixed up. Here's your friend, he's missing. You dropped him off. There's a bunch of spray paint in your car. All those things happen. Why would you lie on the 16th, sir, if you didn't find out that Andrew got killed until the 17th? Why would you lie?
Days mixed up.
Got your days mixed up, huh? Why wouldn't you just tell Tara the story? I mean, Tara doesn't care that you smoke or sell weed. She wouldn't care about that, does she? Tara wouldn't care that you were selling Andrew weed, would she? Why not just say to Tara, yeah, I left, and my friend Andrew and I left together and I drove him over to Rio Street. Why not just tell Tara that?
I'm not even sure what I told her.
Why not just tell Tara, sir, I drove over to Rio Street with Andrew and then I let him get a ride home from my son Willie? Why not tell her that?
I don't know.
And why not say that, yes, my friend Willie and Sticker got into the car and they gave Andrew a ride. That's the last I saw him. Why not do that, sir? I mean, you did that, sir, because you're lying. Isn't that correct, sir? You're lying about all of this, sir. Isn't that correct?
No.
Okay, and let me ask you this, sir. What time was this? You spoke to Fred on Sunday. What time did you then go over and speak to your son, Willie and Sticker, allegedly over at their apartment? What time did you do that? Was it the daytime or the nighttime?
I don't remember.
Well, try to remember, because it's very important someone confessed a murder to you at that time, according to you. What time of day was it? Was it dark outside? Was it light outside? What time?
I have no clue.
Before 5 or after
I
5?
have no clue.
Okay, would have been dinner time or past dinner time? All right. Well, we keep looking in your phone records, sir. And this is not something we showed to the jury, but it's in the exhibit here. Do you know a person? Excuse me just a second, please.
What exhibit is that?
This is, I'm sorry, Your Honor, this is exhibit 219A.
Thank you.
I got the right person here. Do you know a person by the name of Keandra? Okay, well, I got a text message exchange between the two of you. Do you know who's Keandra and how you know her?
I don't call the name.
All right, well, let's see here. Let's see here. Here's a text message, and this is on. Can I have the overhead, please, Mr. Ray? Here's a text message on the 17th at 5:26. And this is from this number to you. And let's see if I can get the first contact, applicable contact here. And you write, and again, this is at 5:27 p.m. You write, "Is this Keandra?" And she answers you, "Sir, yeah." So it looks like you're talking to somebody named Keandra, okay? And you don't know who that is as you testify here today?
I mean, it's a great one, so that's how I know her.
All right, sir. And then she says, you say to her, "What's up?" And then she responds to you, "Sir, heads up, I don't know what's going on, and I don't know if you've been told, but the streets is saying you have something to do with Bubba missing." Do you recall getting that text, sir?
I know.
And your response to that is, what was said? Do you recall that, sir?
I don't call the messages, but yeah.
And sir, she responds to you that on Tuesday, y'all was gambling and he won 25,000 and then left with you. Do you recall that, sir? And then she said to you, and you say to her, "Not true. Who told you that?" And then she says, "My sister just said something to me about it and said it's all over Facebook." Do you recall that, sir? And then you said to her, "Where on Facebook?" That was your answer, correct, sir? And then she says to you, "I just seen the post about him missing, nothing about you. She don't even know I know you." Here's the post that she sent you. Do you recall reading that post, sir? And then you say to her, "Yeah, I shared that. And who is your sister, Tara? And who are you referring to? Is that Tara husband?" All right. And sir, she said to you, "No, he used to mess with Tara." And then you, sir, say to her, "I know she's seen us gamble a million times, but the only truth to that is we gamed. I lost 3,000 and he went his way and I went mine." Isn't that what you said, sir, in that text message?
Looks like,
Okay, so according to your testimony here today, that would also be a lie that you made on Sunday night. Isn't that correct, sir?
correct.
Well, you're not talking to the police at that point in time. You're talking to a friend. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
And you're still lying because that's not true. Andrew left with you that night. Isn't that correct, sir? You're still lying.
Yeah,
Why lie to her? Why lie to Keandra?
because I knew what happened at that time.
Because of what?
I knew what happened at that time.
Well, you can't remember what time you met with your son that day.
Correct. So if I'm saying that, then I already knew.
But you've already lied to Latara the day before. Why would you lie to Latara the day before?
Days must be mixed up. If I said that he went his way, I went mine, I already know what happened.
All right, but you said that to Latara the day before, sir, on the 16th, when she told you that he was missing. You told her the same thing, that you left alone that night, so you already knew what happened on the 16th. Isn't that correct, sir? Oh, it would appear that way, wouldn't it, sir? And let me ask you a couple more questions about that, sir. Now, this grocery store that you allege that they went to, sir, if you had told the police about a grocery store, there could have been some video that the police tried to get in this connection with this investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
But again, there's nothing that police could ever use to corroborate what you're telling here on the witness stand here today. Isn't that correct, sir?
I didn't know what store they went to.
Okay, and with respect to this sticker person, sir, Damon Johnson, he's 18 years old. Isn't that correct, sir?
I don't know how it is.
He was a kid. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes,
Okay, he was a kid and he was murdered, as you indicated, on June 14th of 2021. Isn't that correct?
correct.
All right, so when you find out from your son and Sticka that allegedly find out that they had killed him, the first thing you do as an adult male, sir, is you call the police and let them know, look, I know what happened to Andrew Watson. He was murdered. That's the first thing that you did, right? Okay, so the second thing that you did as soon as you found out that this man was murdered in your car was you called the police the next day, of course. Isn't that true, sir? In fact, you never contacted the police about this information you allege was given to you. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
And then you were contacted by the police and interviewed twice, and you bold-faced lied to them all the time. Isn't that correct, sir?
I told them they want to know about the blood of the ass.
Okay, so the jury will be able to listen to what you said on your statement. Isn't that correct, sir?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, the next thing that you did was you called Latara husband and you told her, look, I know what happened to your loved one. He's dead. Isn't that correct? You did that, right? And the next thing that you did was call all these other women that were searching frantically for Andrew. And you said, look, I know what happened to your loved one. He's deceased. You did that, of course, right, sir? And the next thing that you did was you contacted Andrew's mother, Otelia, who had lost her only son, and you told her, I know what happened to your son. Of course you did that, sir, because that's what you would do. Isn't that right, sir? And of course, you made an anonymous tip to the police department, sir, that kept your name out of it, that says, I know Andrew's dead and he was deposited in some dumpster. Look there for his body. Of course you did that, sir. Isn't that correct?
Not.
Okay. Instead, what you've done now, sir, is wait 5 years to tell this story. Isn't that correct, sir?
I told my lawyers.
Objection, privilege.
All right. And now what you're doing, sir, is you're coming in and you're blaming this murder on a deceased person by the name of Sticka. Isn't that correct, sir?
Absolutely.
Okay, a deceased person, sir, who could never be charged with this information that you're giving because he's deceased. Is that correct, sir? Is that what you're doing here, sir?
It could have been if the detectives would have.
Yes, sir. Let me ask you this. Let's say what you're saying is accurate. So this kid killed somebody in your car. Is that correct?
Right.
That's what you're saying. You had to pay for 2 details out of pocket, $300. Is that correct? Well, you did because there's spray paint covering up blood, according to you in your car. You had to pay for those details, correct?
That wasn't the reason I got the details.
Right, and then you get charged with murder as a result of it. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
And you've been charged with murder for 3 years now. Isn't that correct?
Sure.
Right, and then he ended up stealing all the money that Andrew had won from you. Isn't that correct, sir?
I don't know where you got that money from.
That's what Willie James Jr. does, a guy who has $100,000 here and $20,000 there. You take murder charges and lose money to little 18-year-old gangsters who are dead. Is that what you do, sir? Come on. You know that's not true. You know
I
that's
was trying to keep my name out of it.
You know that is a lie, sir. Isn't that correct? That is a lie, correct?
No.
And what you are doing in this case is coming in here and telling a bold-faced lie to this jury that makes fit with the evidence in this case. Isn't that correct, sir?
I told my lawyers the story.
Objection, privilege.
Yes, and guess what, sir? You look at the jury and you say, absolutely not, absolutely not. You've also looked at police and said things like, never, absolutely not to police. You are a bald-faced liar, sir, and you are bald-faced lying right here, sir. Isn't that correct? Correct?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, and what you do, sir, for a living is you play cards
you are a gambler, you are a bluffer. Isn't that correct, sir? And that's how you make all your money. Isn't that correct, sir?
Not all, you know.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Sure, thank you. First, may we approve this?
Yes. All right, let's take 15 minutes, thank you.
All rise.
Stay 15. Are there any matters prior to entrance of the jurors?
No, Your Honor, other than I think we should have Mr. James retake the witness
Yep.
stand.
Sir, would you please retake it and just remind me that you're still under oath? Please bring in the jurors.
All rise.
Thank you. You may be seated. Sir, just remind us you're still under oath and counsel. You may proceed.
Thank you. So, Mr. James, I want to kind of start a little bit and work backwards here from questions you were asked on cross-examination, okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
So you were asked about, on numerous things about lies that you had admittedly told the police during your interviews with them. So was one of those lies that you told them regarding your address?
It was.
Why would you lie to them about something like that?
Objection, you got to approach, please.
James, you have a question in mind, or would you like me to re-ask it, sir?
Yes.
What was the reason why you would lie to the police about your address?
Well, at the time I was selling marijuana at a real road address. So I didn't want.
And you were asked questions about lying to them about your route of travel that night. Why would you lie about that? Was it for the same reason or a different reason?
Same reason.
And you were asked questions about the house on Rio Row regarding the ownership and who lived there and so forth. So did you tell the police that your brother lived there? Or did you tell the police that your brother owned the house on Rio?
I told him that he owns the house on Rio. He owns the house.
Did you ever tell the police that he actually lived there?
No.
Okay. And you were asked about the answers you gave to the police when you were asked about your relationship with Mr. Watson, and you had indicated to them play cards and associate. Do you recall that, sir? Okay. Why did you use that particular language to describe your relationship with Mr. Watson when you were asked about that?
Minimize my relationship.
Why would you want to minimize your relationship with Mr. Watson at that time that you were speaking to the police?
I was trying to distance myself from the situation.
And why were you trying to do that?
Because I knew what they did after what I made me.
And when you say they, who are you referring to?
My son escaped.
Your son and who?
Escaped.
And when you would spend time with Skrill or Mr. Watson, what was the primary activities you were doing? Was it playing cards or other things?
The main thing was my brothers.
And did you socialize with him much outside of playing cards?
Well, we went to a couple places together.
Did you routinely go to family gatherings or things like that with him? And you were asked about some text message exchanges that you had between yourself and Skrill on the night of January the 12th. And you were asked particularly about the text message exchange where you said something to the effect of, "Man, I'm gone." Do you recall that?
I do.
And what did you mean? What were you trying to convey when you said that?
Well, at that point, that man, I had followed, but he was still saying, I'm on my way, I'm on my way, I'm on my way. You know,
And what?
it just got to the point where I was like, man, no, leave. Or ask. Oh,
And you were asked on cross-examination about feeling frustrated when you said that. Do you recall that, sir? Would you describe yourself as feeling frustrated when you sent that text message, or would you describe it as something else?
and it wasn't frustrated, it was, when you read the texts, I kept saying we could play another time.
I can't what?
We could play another time. I didn't, it didn't matter, but it mattered. So when he made it to where he wanted me, just wanted to play, and then he got me waiting, it's like, you want to play, I'm telling you, straight, man, better luck next time, try it again.
Were you really mad or upset when you sent that text message? And I want to be clear on a few things. The night you and Skrill played cards at Auntie's house on the night of January the 12th, did you ever see how much money he had with him that night?
No,
Did he ever tell you the exact amount of money that he had with him that night?
no,
You had it indicated earlier you'd had some prior communications with him, and you'd said something to the effect of, he said he was going to have a couple dollars or something like that. Is that right?
yes.
What did that mean to you? How did you interpret that? And your testimony was that you had lost maybe approximately $2,600 to him, and you classified that as a light night to the police. Is that right?
Correct.
Was that a common or uncommon amount for the two of you to be playing with when you would play cards?
It varies.
Did you have, were some of the games where the money won or lost would have been less than $10,000? Did you have games between the two of you where the money won or lost would have been less than $5,000? Even less than that?
5,000?
Sure.
Yes.
And you admit that you lied to the police about the cutting out of the carpet in the Yukon, is that right?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Just trying to distance myself from anything having to do with that situation.
Were you afraid or worried at the time that you would be implicated though, because it was your vehicle?
100%.
I'm sorry,
100%.
I can't hear you.
100%.
So thank you.
100%.
Thank you.
And again, I want to make this clear. Why did you just never flat out tell the police in detail what you've told us here today? The story that was recounted to you by Sticka and your son.
Well, I have some investigations. And I told the detectives the name. I went back and told them, I gave them the name, so when they come, make sure y'all let them know what's going on. So we brought-
And you were asked questions and numerous questions about the various lies that you admit that you told to the police. And you were asked about covering up evidence of a murder. Do you recall that line of questioning, sir? Let's be clear. Were you covering up evidence of a murder that you had committed or covering up evidence of a murder that someone else had committed?
And my son escaped.
Say that again.
My son escaped.
You were shown some of the CSI photographs on your cross-examination. At any time, did you ever notice anything in your Yukon that looked like a bullet hole, or an indentation from a bullet? Did you ever see anything that looked like that to you?
The photos?
In the Yukon, when you were personally looking at it?
Oh, no.
Were you inspecting your car very closely or very intently when you were looking at it?
The only time I, during that situation, I inspected my car thoroughly was when I was trying to see if the car was blood on it.
Is that when you cut it out? And we've been asked a lot of questions about timing, and time frames on the night of January the 12th and January the 13th. I want to be clear about something. Can you tell us what the precise or exact time that your son would have brought your Yukon back to you on the morning of January the 13th?
No,
Were you looking at a clock when he brought back the car? Did you have some reason to write down at that time to memorialize that exact precise time when he brought back the Yukon to you? Did you have some special reason in your mind at that time that you would need to remember the precise time that you would have went to bed or sleep that night? You were asked questions about the store that Sticka and your son told you that they went to when Skrill was in the car. Do you recall that line of questioning, sir?
I didn't.
At any time when this story was being recited to you, either by your son or Sticka, did they mention exactly what store they went to?
No,
Did they even say what type of store it was? Did you ever ask them? Did they ever say, or did you ever ask them how long they were in the store?
no,
Did they ever say, or did you ever ask them how far away this store was or how close it was?
no,
Did either of them tell you how long or how short of a time they would have driven around before going to Trappers Cove? And are you familiar with the distance between your house and Rio Road and to Trappers Cove?
like miles.
Well, let me ask you this. Have you ever driven from your house on Rio Road to Trappers Cove?
Yes,
Have you driven it more than once?
yes,
And when you have driven from your house to Rio Road to Trappers Cove, approximately how long would it take you to drive there?
6, 7, 8 minutes. That's
And-
10.
Less than 10. And is that in daytime traffic we're talking about, rush hour traffic, middle of the night traffic?
About the same age.
And do you know the approximate distance from Trappers Cove to Beaujard?
not the exact distance, but Blue Gardens right here, so this is the garden. Actually, no. Same,
Would it be a few minutes away or more than a few minutes away?
minute and a half.
You were asked numerous questions about the volume of communication you were having with Skrill leading up to the 12th and then ultimately January the 13th. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes,
And I believe your testimony was that you did not, as far as you could recall, attempt to contact him after January the 13th. Is that right?
correct.
Okay. And again, since it was brought up on cross, I want to make this very clear. Was it concerning for you if you were to go a period of a few days without hearing from Skrill?
No.
Was it usual or unusual for you to go a period of a few days without either trying to call or to text him? Sure. Let me rephrase it this way. Would there be periods of time that you would go days without either hearing from him or reaching out to him yourself?
Yes,
And if that happened, was that alarming or concerning to you? Moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you very much, Mr. James. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
May this witness step down?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Defendant, next witness,
No further proofs to present at this time, Your Honor. We will rest our case. Thank you.
will there be any rebuttal on behalf of the people?
Thank you, Your Honor. No rebuttal on behalf of the people.
That concludes the testimony and evidence in this case. Monday is a holiday, so you'll be off to go about your business. Remember not to talk about this or do any research. Tuesday, we will begin at 9. Council will do their closing arguments. I will read you instructions and then 2 of you will be released and the rest of you will begin deliberations. Deliberations next week will be Tuesday and Wednesday. There's no time limit on deliberations. Thursday and Friday, the court is not available. So if you do not have a verdict by then, and again, there's no rush, you need to take your time, then it would continue Monday, Tuesday, and so forth of the following week. Have a great weekend. That's
All right.
Council, you'll get together for jury instructions. Is there anything else we need to make a record of, or we can make whatever record we need to on Tuesday?
We have no further record, but if we could just talk in chambers, please, for about 5 minutes.
Sure.
you.